Coward, where are you?
It's finally time to claim their goddamn bone. Hello. I almost clicked the event. Are you ready to yield your flesh to claim their bones? I'd let Miss Salt claim my bones, sure. 5 minutes into this stream, we're already down bad, huh? Really excited for this one, because this is named after one of my favorite decks in Ruina. I took the bamboo-hatted Kim deck all the way to the end of the game. It's pretty fucking good. Meursault has an ID with claim their bones? Pog!
기어코 왔구만.
Heathcliff looked out the rattling bus window with a dour expression. Though it wasn't raining, the world outside was gray and opaque like an overcast sky. Black, pungent clouds of smoke had long devoured the atmosphere. Britain! So this is the kind of place Heathcliff used to roam.
아직도 잿빛으로 색이 바래는구려. 분명 S사에서 도망했던 정착지는 세피아 빛으로 칠해져 있던 것 같소만.
T사의 색을 수거하는 장치가 중심에 위치해 있으니까요. 영향권에서 멀면 이런 현상이 있을 수 있다고 보고된 적이 있습니다.
아, 그런 것이었는가. 허면
They stole the saturation from me! Can't have shit in the city! In fact, hold on. Let's see if I can... Can I do the funny? We're grayscale, right? So, what if I... No, not that. I'm trying to see if I can make myself black and white. Why? Are you a furry? No, but I got plenty of friends who are. You've spoken to some of them before, I think. I don't know if I can add a filter right now. It'd be kind of funny if I did, though. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm kind of stalling for Coward to get here. Oh, look at that.
아, 그러고 보니까
아, 그거.
그 이상 씨가 살았던 곳 거기랑 여기가 좀 건물들이 달라 보인다 싶어서.
그래. 그 이야기 하려고 했지.
What the hell's wrong with them? Technically, sharks don't have fur, so I don't think they would count. Just because Ruby has a shark sona doesn't mean she isn't also a furry. But also, fur is literally a furry. It's been a while since we started on this journey together. I was starting to grow more comfortable with the sinners. Maybe that's why I found Gregor and Rhodia's valiant effort to keep this conversation remotely comprehensible to most occupants of the bus pretty amusing.
그건 말이야.
God damn it, Nissan. And Yisung, unknowingly shooting down their effort by jumping into another complicated discussion, was another sight I'd become familiar with. While I was curious about the technology T-Corp uses to drain our color, and about the behind-the-scenes of T-Corp's operations, it wasn't something that could be answered now. I decided to table that discussion for later. Instead, I approached Heathcliff. He was sitting all by his lonesome, clearly in deep thought.
시계 대가리.
Still racking your head about what to wear to Wuthering Heights?
뭐? 그런 거 아니야.
Heathcliff protested, jumping up from his seat. Looks like I hit the nail right on the head. Bleed stack!
아니, 생각을 안 한 건 아니긴 한데 그냥 옛날 생각나고 그런 게 더 커서.
I do remember hearing that Heathcliff used to live in the back streets. A part of some syndicate, if I recall correctly. Virgilius did say that we were going through the back streets instead of going straight to the T-Corp nest for a reason. And that it was because of the company's orders. Maybe there's something for us to do there? Heathcliff did spend some time in the T-Corp back streets after all. Maybe we'll run into a golden bough here?
그럴 리가 있나요? 그게 뒷골목에 굴러다니는 썩은 나뭇가지 수준이었다면 저희가 이런 개고생을 하겠어요?
I think it's appropriate to do this right now. True, I guess.
애초에 그 여러 의미로 대단한 저택에 이런 뒷골목에 붙어있을 리 없잖아. 골목을 기어다니는 거렁뱅이 같은 사람들과 그들에게는 아득한 격의 차이가 있어서 말이야. 나를 초대했다는 건 이번 황금가지는 그 저택이 있는 둥지에 있을 게 뻔하겠지. 맞지?
맞습니다. 저희는 최종적으론 T사 둥지로 향할 것입니다.
Heathcliff continued to speak in a low voice. The hubbub from outside the bus seemed to blend with his words, turning into a mass of murmurs. There was a sort of commotion outside.
그리고 최종이든 시작이든 간에 뭘 해보려면 저기서 걸리적거리고 있는 놈들부터 집어치워야겠군.
반 정도 맞는 말이군.
Heathcliff, who was muttering to himself in an uncharacteristic gaze, jolted awake.
아이씨, 예고 없이 뭘 하는 건 띠띠빵빵이나 너나 다르질 않냐 어떻게?
예고의 필요성을 느끼지는 않아서 말이지.
Huge fan of seeing Karen pop out of over here in the corner.
아무튼 바깥에 보이는 놈들은 다 계시다.
Targets?
제거 대상이라는 뜻인가?
그런 의미만 있지는 않지. 정확한 정보는 없었지만 아무튼 저 무리 속에서 접촉해야 할 대상이 있다더군. 그 녀석을 찾아서 정보를 얻어오면 된다. 관리자, 알아들었습니까?
He's doing the fucking snore again. The Do you not like it when I snore, Dante? How are we supposed to find this target if you're not even going to tell us who it is?
타겟을 특정할 방법이 없는지 묻는군요.
가면 알게 되겠지. 제게도 없는 정보를 물어봐야 소용이 없습니다, 단테. 그럼 전원 하차.
I was somewhat wary of the way Virgilius answered me, but even in murky situations like these, we've always managed to pull through anyway. I'm sure things will get a little clearer once we get there. I slowly disembarked the bus with the rest of the sinners. Alright, coward, are you there? Because if you are, it's time to do a 10-pull. Oh, hey, I just hit the cap on my stamina. We're at 250 fucking pulls. You guys ready? All right, everyone. On the count of 1, 2. Bomb ass 10 pull! I hate this game! I'm gonna fucking distort. Oh yeah. Hello, Ismail. I learned something really funny about Gregor in the Mirror Dungeons recently. It turns out letting him hit negative 45 SP
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
on a fucking solo run causes him to use his fucking corroded ego repeatedly. So I encountered that fucking toad that reduces your SP like 3 times in a single run. And each time, Gregor was like, don't ever fucking do that again.
일 들어왔네. 블루, 가볼까?
야음을 틈타.
형님, 그쪽으로 튑니다.
Oh good, we're dealing with the fucking Yakuza.
내가 알아서 잡는다. 너는
I'm
네
not
몸뚱아리
Yakuza.
단돌이나 잘하고 있어.
Alright. What a mess! We walked out of the bus and right into what appeared to be a battlefield of violent gang war. Black cloaks flutter under the gray sky and bloodthirsty blades clash violently. The bus had stopped not even 30 paces away from the thick of the battle.
저건 흑운회인가요?
Kurokumo clan. I've heard of them before. I'm sure we had some identities from that syndicate. Some identity cards said Wakashu too. They're a pretty large subsidiary of an even larger syndicate called the Thumb. I think the identities were outfits similar to the ones they're wearing here. I think you're right. But who are they fighting?
뭐 항쟁이겠지.
Heathcliff replied in a monotone voice like he was reading from an encyclopedia.
조직끼리 치고받고 싸우는 건 뒷골목에서 흔한 일이잖아. 또 차리세니 자기들 영역이니 하며 실랑이인 거겠지.
어느 곳에나 있는 것이로군. 힘으로 위세를 높이며 약한 자들의 고열을 빠는 자들이.
새삼스러운 것도 없지. 정도의 차이지. 조직이라면 대부분 비슷하니까. 이를테면 그래. 저런 놈이 반드시 찾아오기 마련이지.
Heathcliff raised his bat and pointed it at the approaching man. Corrosions and solo runs are so goddamn funny because normally it's like, oh no, half my sinners might die, but in solos it's like, you are not prepared. Fucked up how I haven't even played Warcraft and I know what that line is. He wore the same outfit as the other Kurokuma clan members.
뭐야 당신들 10명도 넘는 것들이 모였어. 빠따 안 내려? 한판 벌여보자는 거냐?
어이, 일단 과격한 행동은 피하지. 자극해봐야 좋을 게 없지 않나.
Otis, do you have any idea who we are? What we do? We gotta instigate at all costs. Otis stepped in to warn Heathcliff, but he did not budge. He remained motionless, the bat still raised and pointing threateningly at the approaching man.
결말이 뻔히 나 있는데 그럴 필요가 있겠냐?
저자와 결국 싸워야만 하는 건가요?
뻔하지 뭐. 항쟁을 하고 있었던 놈들이니 당연히 여긴 자기네 땅이라고 우길 거고. 그러는 와중에 제3자들이 지나갈 모양새니 통행세를 달라고 하겠지.
잘 알고 있네.
The Kurokuma clan henchman shredded before us like he owned the place.
멍청한가 싶다가도 이런 일만 되면 꼭 탐정같이 청산 유수인 게 신기하다니까요.
Heartwarming. Israel and Heathcliff have formed a strong friendship. Israel muttered at Heathcliff, who was shrugging at us with an expression that clearly read, I told you so.
잘 알고 있는 것 같으니까 용건만 간단히 해주지. 통행세 1인당 50만 원.
We're going to kill you, dog. I have a hate show pack.
50만 원!
어디 하나 둘 13세. 저 뒤에 버스도 너희들이 타고 온 거겠지? 운전수도 있을 거고. 포함해서 내놔라. 괜히 안쪽까지 뒤지다가 일 복잡하게 만들지 말고 솔직하게 안에 더 있는 만큼 내놔.
The Kurokuma clan opening up the fucking bus just to see the red gaze staring at them.
단테, 들었어? 완전 터무니없는 액수를 부르는데?
It kind of is, isn't it? 100 rats versus 1 H-O-N. Answer me, Heisho Pax! How many fucking rats can we kill in one turn? Well, it didn't really matter how much they were asking for. I wasn't going to negotiate with them anyway. Ishmael turned and looked quietly in my direction. I nodded back.
잠깐! 저 뒤에
Don Quixote pointed at something.
쓰러진 자가 있어. 저자를 도와야 하지 않겠는가?
Just as Don Quixote said, I could catch a glimpse of someone bleeding out on the ground through the chaos of the clashing blades and black cloaks.
야, 정의놀이 적당히 하랬지. 조직하고 조직끼리 싸웠는데 누구 편을 들어?
동의한다. 또한 난전 속에서 피해를 감수하며 저자를 구해야 할 명분도 지시도 없다.
하지만 저리 무력하게.
I guess it's an improvement. In the early days of our adventures, we would have been dragged into this conflict 5 minutes ago thanks to Don Quixote's recklessly valiant rescue attempt. I suppose she's learned her lessons by trials of fire. She was starting to show restraint for once. But it's a bit different this time. Okay, so I do think we have to help out that woman, but...
뭐?
관리자님? 이해한 것처럼 끄덕여놓고서 이러시면 곤란한데요.
No, I'm not saying that we should get involved because it's the right thing to do or anything like that. If Virgilius was telling us the truth earlier, there is a chance that we were purposefully made to drive right through the strife, which means that there must be something here they're expecting us to find. They always put us in harm's way for a reason, after all. I just have a feeling that the wounded woman might have something to tell us. Maybe an intel of some kind. And if it turns out that we were supposed to get that intel from the Kurokuma clan and not that woman, then I suppose we'll have to beat it out of them.
훌륭하십니다, 관리자님. 이오티스, 진심으로 감탄했습니다.
Dick Rider! Actually? But is she implying that her usual flattery is phony?
듣고 있자 하니 흑운회를 지나가는 똥꽤 취급하는 모양새. 적을 구하니 많이 하는 건 그래, 니놈들 검계와 관련이 있군.
I could practically hear our negotiations, not that I was going to negotiate, falling apart as the man drew his blade.
합리적인 숙고와 선택, 반드시 승리로 갚아드리겠습니다.
Oh, Otis.
총원, 전투 준비!
Anyway, let's beat their asses. We're not with the Blade lineage, dog. We're with the fucking H-Corp. You're going to die. Answer me, Heisho Pax. What is power creep?
도려내라.
틈을 끊어.
묘야.
길 좀 막지 마.
12술기 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자. 살려보내.
틈을 끊어.
Magnificent.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
페이즈 1. 배달 로봇 및 통제 시퀀스 시작. 침착하게 활로를 개척하십시오.
Faust, get me the definition of power creep and make sure it applies to us. How has She Faust been, by the way?
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
혈육도 바퀴를 보인다.
Answer me, Heisho Pax.
저 해충들.
Which Faust is best Faust?
이제
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
길 좀 막지 마.
이제 끝내지. 이제 끝내지.
혈염도 바로. 뭐야,
이제 깨우치시게.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Guys, I think we may have curb stomped them a little bit.
저 별것도 없이 배짱만 두둑했군.
While the rest of the sinners were slowly recovering from the excitement of battle, Don Quixote did not waste a second before bolting forth to the woman's side.
이보게. 맥을.
맥을 이마에 대고 재다니 그럴 수도 있군요.
I think you actually can do that. So I do think you have an important artery running through your forehead. I forget anatomy, but
살아있네.
그러니까 이 녀석이 정보를 갖고 있을 거라고?
the sinners one by one began to gather around the woman. She was dressed in an all-black garb like the Kurokuma clan members, but her weapon and her outfit were unmistakably distinct. Blade lineage, huh? I looked around at the defeated Kurokuma clan members, then back at her. The difference became even more apparent. Don Quixote slowly and tragically shook her head after checking the pulse on others.
관리자님, 전투 중 몇몇 흑운의 조직원을 신문했으나 특기할 정보는 없었습니다.
Yeah, I know you can't check with your thumb because that has a pulse, but you can do it with your index and your middle finger, which is what's typically done, I'm pretty sure. That being said, to my memory, I've only ever had my pulse checked with actual fucking, like, machines and stuff. Actually, no. I've had it checked with fingers. They've done it on my heart, on my wrist. I think that's it, though. So it's just her, then. I hope my gut feelings prove me right.
산자는 이자밖에 없는 것 같네. 우선 버스에 옮겨 응급조치를 취하는 게 어떻겠는가?
The real question is, why does Don Quixote know how to do this? Yeah, I don't see any other way. We don't carry a first aid kit with us, and I can't turn the clock to heal her, so... Miss Salt, do you mind carrying her back to the bus?
알겠습니다.
Thus we made our way back to the bus. Miss Salt carrying the dying blade lineage, remember?
짐짝을 또 달고 왔군.
Virgilius didn't seem very happy about this.
관리자, 허가되지 않은 손님을 드리는 게 당연해진 겁니까?
He had no choice. We have to save her first if we're going to get any answers out of her.
정보가 있을 것이라고 판단되는 인물을 우선 구명해야 한다고 판단했다고 말하고 있네요. 파우스트도 이 부분은 동의합니다.
이미 벌어진 일은 어쩔 수 없지. 하지만 계속 주의는 하십시오, 딴테.
I had a feeling that Virgilius had much more to say than that, but he simply sighed and dropped the subject. Well,
본인은 관리자 나리가 옳은 처사를 했다고 생각하네.
Thanks. Just as I was starting to dread that this bus was doomed to be eternally uncomfortable, Yisang emerged from the back door with good news.
조치는 전부 끝내었어. 이제.
And before he even finished his sentence, Q! The woman was awake.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼고 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍루가
I could see why Don immediately went for the forehead when checking pulse. You could land a fucking airplane on that thing. Ah. What do you mean clear 6-48? Also, I don't think we did the mini-sode. Not this one anyway. We did the Walpurgis Night one. Not this one. So let's check that real quick.
위험. 땅이 가까워지고 있어.
Right. Karen, who had been quietly holding the helm for a while, suddenly spoke up. As if on cue, everyone in the cabin simultaneously jumped up from their seats. Crew's joy at the end of this long journey was palpable.
드디어 끝난 거야?
눈물이 날 것만 같구려.
이제 어디 놀러 간다고 할 때 배 같은 건 무조건 배제해야겠어. 응? 평생 탈 만큼 탔으니.
Some sinners began to visibly relax with the realization that the long lake voyage had finally come to an end. Others rushed to the windows as if they were expecting anything to have changed while we were away from the shores.
뭐 얼마나 오래 있었다고 이러는 건지. 저 때는요. 일단 배에 오르면 3년은
그 얘기 호수에 떠 있는 동안 수십 번은 들은 것 같으니까 그만 좀 하자.
과하긴 했다, 이스마엘. 많아도 3번 꺼내는 정도가 나았을 것이다.
할 얘기가 없다고 하니까 꺼냈던 것뿐인데요.
Just as we were exchanging a few meaningless jabs at each other, yeah, me too. Mephistopheles suddenly jerked violently as though something had exploded. Oh, like this? Oh, I was expecting that to be a much louder noise. Of course, we were all promptly thrown about the bus boat like rag dolls. Like that. Is everyone okay?
아, 이놈의 버스. 어떻게 한 번에 부드럽게 멈추는 법이 없냐? 어? 버스?
Heathcliff was right. I took a quick look around and realized that the cabins had transformed back to the shape of the bus we've grown so used to.
카론, 변신 버튼 눌렀어. 찰칵, 찰칵.
깜빡이 좀 켜고 하라니까. 좀!
카론, 제발.
버스배는 깜빡이 없어. 어쩔 수 없는 거야, 벌레 양반.
I thought there was going to be some complicated procedure to transform it back to a bus. I guess it just happens with the click of a button, huh?
저는 다시 공방이나 보트 센터에 들러야 할 줄 알았는데요.
메피스토펠레스는 한번 각인된 성질은 계속 기억할 수 있는 기능을 갖추고 있습니다. 일단 그 형상을 갖췄었다면 다른 형상으로 바로 변할 수도, 다시 돌아갈 수도 있죠.
We gotta do some stupid fucking event to turn it into a goddamn plane.
그런 거군요.
아무튼 그렇게 원하던 육지까지 잘 도착해서 다행이네요. 히스클리프 씨?
응?
Heathcliff's face lit up for a brief second before a vortex of complicated feelings overcame him.
그렇단 건... 야, 띠띠빵빵. 여기가 T사인 거냐?
Doesn't air travel just not exist in the city? I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I don't remember. Heathcliff was talking to Karen, but she did not reply. Maybe it was because he didn't call her by her name, or maybe it was that she didn't really know where we were either. She always drives wherever her whims take her, after all.
회색빛이 도는 것이 색을 앗아가는 그곳과 담기는 횟수만 조금 다르긴 하구려.
그렇나?
Right! Garnet didn't know what a plane was because 9/11. But also, he was incredibly fucking poor, so maybe planes are just a thing for rich people. Sheesh, without the numbers, says, I think we want to claim your taxes. Where do you think they were hiding their money, huh? we gotta claim their bones, bro. T-Corp, District 20. I've never been there myself, but I've tangentially experienced it via Yisang's Fathoms of Ego. Yeah, that place was supposed to take our colors away, wasn't it?
여유를 가져라, 히스클리프. 여긴 아직 뒷골목일 뿐이지 않나.
Fuck them bones, they've been evading taxes for 20 years. I mean, no, planes most definitely don't exist. Something that important would have been seen by this point or even felt. Argalia would have done like 82 9/11s on the library. How about this? Maybe they only exist in A Corp. They claim their hair coupons.
그저 내가 오랜 시간 몸을 담았던 곳에 초입일 뿐이지.
Virgilius, you had no reason to provoke him like that.
둥지로 바로 진입하지 않고 뒷골목을 통해 가는 이유라도 있나요?
Huh. You're right. Why are we going to the back streets anyway?
나도 궁금하군. 뒷골목의 도로를 통하는 건 우회 경로가 많고 시간과 위험 요소 모두를 늘리는 방법일 텐데.
Damn, that's a nice beat, Dante.
둥지에서 둥지로 직접 넘어가는 허가가 뒷골목을 통하는 것보다 심사 조건이 월등히 편하기도 하다.
Ishmael's question to Virgilius had opened a whole new floodgate of questions from other sinners.
뭐 다들 그새 질문이 많아졌군.
It's Pride Month, Dante. No, it isn't. That shit was in June.
내가 친절한 방법으로 설명하지 않는다는 건 바뀌지 않았을 텐데 말이지.
Different times.
방향에 대해 의문이 생겼다면 묻는 것이 맞지 않나요?
I'm trying to think of the implications of a planet so fucking big that its time zones are measured in months.
길잡이의 일은 방향을 가르쳐주는 것일 텐데. 설마 T사에 직접 출입 허가를 받지 못한 건가요? 림버스 컴퍼니식이나 되는 회사가?
Ishmael's been getting real sassy since she didn't kill her boss.
아무리 신생 회사라고는 해도 뒷배가 든든한 회사 아니었나요?
She's always been like that, but she's getting bolder. Let's say that.
물론 대부분의 둥지에 대한 출입 허가는 받을 수 있습니다.
그럼
회사의 뜻이다.
Virgilius silenced the entire hubbub on the bus with the short but low growl. Oh, his little... that thing?
길잡이의 일은 회사에게 부탁받은 목적지까지 진행하는 방법을 조율하는 것이다. 이 경로를 택한 것도 그 뜻에 따른 결과일 뿐이니 적당히 닥쳐줬으면 좋겠어.
Know your place and shut your mouth. Ishmael's just a sassy bitch. To say she got really mean and it's out of character. I'm not gonna say it's out of character for her to be meaner than usual. I will make a note that it seems she's bolder about her sassiness than usual. She wouldn't fucking hype up to Virgil like this, except in the prologue, maybe, before Virgil made his fucking point clear. Perhaps the commotion was getting to him. I could tell that Virgilius was rubbing his ear out of frustration.
뭐 그런 거면
The Don Quixote-shaped splatter on the floor. While doubt was still apparent on Ishmael's face, she nodded affirmatively. He was acknowledging that there was little we could do about the orders from the company itself. Alarms?
저 경보. 사실 뭐 우리 하는 얘기를 듣고 있는 거 아니야? 무슨 타이밍이 이렇게 좋아?
그럴 리는 없을 것 같네요. 단테,
Like always, Faust looked into the bus's terminal before giving me a look that I've come to recognize. Yep, another volatility to take care of, huh?
네, 그렇습니다.
또야? 얼마 전에도 뒷문에 변화가 생겼다면서 왔다 갔다 했잖아.
알 것 같아. 저번엔 거울 던전, 채광 던전도 변했었고. 아니 그럼 슬슬 남은 게
그레고르 씨의 추리력이 나날이 늘어나는 것을 파우스트는 긍정적으로 여깁니다.
굴절 철도냐?
Refraction Railway. The bus soon fills with the center's exasperated sighs.
젠장, 또 그 개같은 지하철이야.
아, 거긴 갈 때마다 피곤해지는데.
Now, if mirror dungeons are the simulated universe, I have to assume that the railways are the equivalent to, like, Memory of Chaos.
저번엔 2호선이라고 했으니까 이젠 3호선인 건가요?
그럴 확률이 높죠. 직접 가보기 전까지는 확정할 수 없지만. 단테,
I know. Going through the refraction railways takes a lot out of me, too. So far, each refraction railway has had new and different patterns, and enemies we faced in there were all much more powerful than any other enemies we'd faced before. But it's also true that I see a noticeable improvement in most sinners' combat prowess once we've had a run through the railway. Not to mention the copious amounts of rewards. I don't remember exactly when it was, but Faust once took the time to explain the railway's abnormalities to me. I mean, listen, it's the equivalent of, like, the Memory of Chaos, Apocalyptic Shadow, just the end game. You're fighting fucking bosses you've already fought before, except there's added gimmicks and shit. At the abnormalities we battle on the railways are probably not the same ones that exist in the world we live in. So it's not like we'll be able to capture them and bring them back, but they're perfect for practice just in case we run into their real versions. Well, whichever is the case, going through the railway will be a net positive for us. So, let's get going then. I took a quick glance at the sinners, then opened the door to the back door. Okay. Anyway, back to claiming their bones. I have 11 fucking days to finish this. Oops. The raid mode is fucking canon. The end game, like, try-hard raid content is canon.
야음을 틈타.
여긴...
I mean, to be fair, that is the case in... I'll say Star Rail and Genshin. I don't think it's quite the case in Zenless. Because Zenless... The implication is that you're doing missions, but you're not literally fighting the same fucking bosses. Did I read the art book for Ruina? No. And, Star Rail, there is an explanation that you are fighting literal memories. And then Genshin, I think, is similar? But of all the MiHoYo games that I play, of which are 3, I respect Genshin the least. So, not a high bar, mind you. It's very low. It's like down there. But Genshin is a particularly low mark for me, and I try to spend as little time as possible playing that game. Sorry, Ruby. Yeah,
보안.
아, 여기는 버스 아니에요. 저희는
태도.
The blade lineage woman sprang from her prone position, grabbing the sword next to her. She held the grip of her blade, ready to draw it at any moment.
니놈들은 누구냐? 흑운해?
This is a character that appears in the art book. So, was she one of those general receptors that we fought? Implicitly.
아니라고.
그러니까 저희는
그런데 왜 그들이 쓰는 무기와 흡사한 것을?
말이 안 통하네. 그냥 죽일까?
Ryoshu!
두 가지 이유로 화가 난다. 하나는 대화를 주고받지 않아 쓸데없이 이야기를 길게 느리게 하는 것. 또 하나는 그 밥버러지들의 쓰레기 같은 날붙이와 나의 검을 동일 선상에 놓는 것.
Yeah, so my question is, are they going to technically retcon her and say that she was always there, or she just wasn't one of the invitation?
뭐 분을 참을 필요가 있나 시게.
Yeah, there is! She can't tell us anything if she's dead. Ryoshu often shows bursts of emotion in the most unexpected times, but at least she listens when I ask her to, which is a relief. Ryoshu really doesn't like the Kurokuma, huh?
자세히 보니 다르군. 복장도 전혀 다른 식으로 통일되어 있고. 특히 자네는 누구지? 요란한 시계를 달고 있군. 째깍거리는 게 전부인가?
그는 우리의 관리자요. 그대에게는 그의 목소리가 들리지는 않을 것이요.
익숙한 내음이 묻어있는 말투로군.
내가 전전에 오던 구역에서도 나의 말투와 흡사한 친우를 많이 보진 못했다만.
말투는 그렇지. 하지만 선택하는 단어의 면면에 익숙함이 보여. 19구. S사 출신인가?
도망했으나 출신은 그러하오.
그런가. 도망이라. 고향 사람들은 늘 처지가 같군.
Perhaps meeting someone from the same home district helped. The woman visibly relaxed before slumping down on a nearby chair. Her breathing was labored.
나의 이름은 이상이라 하오. 그대의 상처를 치료했지.
아, 귀하에게 은혜를 입었는데 행동이 볼품없었군. 미안하네. 앵두라고 불러주시게. 검을 다루는 게 살수를 맡고 있어.
Korean to Korean communication.
단테. 이번엔 이상 씨가 이야기를 잘 풀어가 줄 것 같은데?
Mm-hmm. Looks like we could sit back and let him handle this. I nodded, replying quickly to Rhodia's whispers.
19구. S사에서 도망한 자라면 우리를 알고 있겠지.
저작거리의 소문에 박진 않으나 대강은
He's slang known talker. Character development!
그대들은 어딘가에 매이지 않고 자유히 돌아다닌다고 알고 있었는데 어찌 도망인의 처지라고 말한 것인가?
사정은 말하자면 길 것이고 그저 새로운 터전을 찾아야만 했노라고 말할 수밖에.
소상한 사정을 읊는다면 우리가 도울 수 있는 부분이 있을지도 모르지 않은가?
Aang shot a sweeping glance at all of us. Her eyes appeared heavy with crushing exhaustion. How much levels is Kanto 2? I don't fucking remember. 36?
하긴 그들을 전부 해치운 자들이라면 어느 정도의 실력자일 테지. 우리 우두머리와 친구들의 수급은 그들 후군에게 현상금이 걸려있는 상태다.
항쟁 수준이 아닌데? 단순히 땅 따먹기가 아니라 원한이라도 걸려있는 건가?
탐관오리가 넘쳐나고 민생이 어지러운 것은 과거나 지금이나 19구의 가장 커다란 문제. 그러나 S사, 이제는 살피뼈 농축산이 되어버린 그 날개의 행보에 그저 무예를 단련하며 무인의 길을 가려는 우리 같은 자들이 무얼 해볼 수 있는 것도 아닌 게 현실이지.
Isn't like 20 to 22 nodes plus Mirror Dungeon? Probably. I remember story, not specific, like, segments of how that shit was dished out. That's how I cope with the existence of Kanto 4.
그러니 저를 미워하는 우리 같은 중은 떠나는 선택지만 남았던 것이다.
S사 민초들의 고충은 여전하구려.
새로운 터전을 찾으러 떠난 길이었으나 정착할 곳을 찾는 게 쉽지는 않았지. 이미 남의 영역이 된 곳에 발을 디디려 하니 당연히 우리는 다툼의 대상이 될 수밖에 없었고, 그러던 중 우두머리가 가져온 초대장이란 걸 통해 도서관에 들어가게 되었던 기억이 있네.
Ah. What could they be referring to, chat? I see that perked up Virgilius' ears. Virgilius, who'd been quietly sitting with one leg over the other on a chair from the rest of us, visibly reacted. I think I remember that word library always got a genuine reaction out of Virgilius.
기억이 있다라는 말은 다소 어색하구려.
분명 그곳은 후군의 손이 닿지 못할 것이라는 이야기를 듣고 도달한 곳이었지만
I wonder why Virgilius cares so much about people returning from the library. The 50-year-old MILF in the room.
실상 그것도 싸움터였다는 이야기요. 분명 우리는 패했고.
And I believe ads are about to play, so you guys let me know and I will be right back. Yep. Also, I gotta say, it is so fucking sad what happened to Tommy and Mary. Like, it isn't just that they became a fucking freak shit mutant. It isn't just that they had to experience being separated and killed. It's the fact that they came back, but they're stuck like that forever. And it isn't even just that. It's the fact that they were also used to kill fucking orphans. They just wanted to go out on a date, dude! What the fuck?!
그리고 어느 순간 이곳 T사의 골목에 있게 되었다는 이야기요. 그 방식이 워낙 기묘하니 기억이 있다 정도로 답할 수밖에. 김사카 너도
Woo! Her eyes suddenly widened mid-sentence. Angdu leaped from her seat.
우두가 아직 빌딩에. 용진 빌딩으로 가야 하네.
Hello, Fishmail.
조심하시게. 그렇게 격정적으로 움직이면 봉안.
뭐야? 죽었어?
혈액이 부족한데 압력은 높아졌으니 쇼크가 오는 것도 무리는 아니죠. 기절한 것뿐입니다.
그래도 관리자님이 예상하신 대로 무언가 정보를 가지고 있긴 하군요.
Are we at the Intervallo? Yes.
용진 빌딩. 이곳에 향해야 하는 이유가 있다는 건가?
I think the saddest part is that from a place of love basically outright says that Tommy and Mary probably liked each other superficially. I think while that interpretation is not inherently invalid, it is my opinion that that particular interpretation comes from a place of conflation of the metaphor and the literal events of the story. Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know what this has to do with our mission, if any. Or maybe it's that library that we should...
비상. 앞에 칼 들고 설치는 검은 사람들 엄청 많아.
Am I prepared to have my bones claimed? I've been ready since Ruina.
맵이 다치겠다. 승객들 출동.
흑운회의 후속 인력들인 것 같습니다, 관리자님.
Are you ready to learn the rules of the backsheets? Oh, great. Fucking more Kurokoma fight, huh? Well, what can we do? We'll have to think about this later. For now, let's take care of the reinforcements.
헤어내리.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
It's pretty good.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
Almost full geisha team. Now the question for you, chat. How many of these do you think I rolled?
날개를 펼치고
Correct!
발톱을 걸어.
One! And it was Gregor!
고작 이
Sinclair, as you'll recall, was a free event unit. The Otis is a support. Faust and Hong Lu, I had to get them with shards.
적대 세력 감지. 플루드 2차 강력 대페이스에
길에서 비켜!
배달 부분이 통제 시퀀스 시작. 침착하게 판로를
It has a unique panic. Oh, I forgot to check.
이제 깨우치시길.
도끼를
Answer me, Hazel
너
Pax.
푸름을 튀어 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어 이제
Why is win rate the most fun way to play?
묘여.
Man, can you save for one previous night?
키울 수도 없겠구나.
No! I've already sunk 260 fucking pulls into the Arknights better, and I've only gotten one ego, and that was the guaranteed Gregor one! Sorry. Agitated. Oh. Damage up and frail. Not a unique type, I think.
길 좀 막지 마.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
훌륭하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
I love the like
고작
gang
이
wars
정도
vibe of this
탕후의
event.
허덕이나.
So it's cool sword music.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
We're gonna kill you, dog.
불가 위압. 이제 깨우치시길. 이제 깨우치시길.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무엇을 바꾸었는지.
When you're a low-level Kurokuma grunt and the Lord of Hangyohan shows up with his Heisho packs. And the fucking Amazon delivery driver they picked up on the way.
필두 출진.
When you're a low-level grunt serving the thumb in a fucking cop hope here's for you.
적대 세력 감지.
시비수에게 명한다.
강력 배달 모드.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려주마.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Just shotgun two yerba mates.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 혈염도 걸어.
I've been trying to drink more tea lately. There's a local tea. There's actually, I think, 2 or 3 local tea shops near me. And is yerba mate tea? Is it? I don't know what it is. I mean, essentially tea, right? It's like boiled leaves and it's like leaves boiled in hot water, right? That's tea, right?
토끼를 고작 이 정도 탕류의
It's like herbal
허덕이저
tea.
해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어 바로요. 이제 깨우치시길.
묘야. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
길에서 비켜.
Well, it would probably taste the same to me.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
It's also twig, so it's not like real tea. Okay. It's the same principle as tea and coffee, I suppose. I suppose that's what makes it mate and not tea. I think I'm talking, we're just win rating.
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군. 이제 끝내지.
Answer me, Heisho Pax.
푸름을
Is yerba mate tea?
도려내라.
그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
묘야. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Do you know that Kurokuma grunts fucking explode when you hit them, apparently?
죽었네. 다음은 어디로?
Oh, man. You return to the bus after dispatching the Kurokuma clan members that attacked the bus. Who the fuck are you? Only to be greeted by an unfamiliar face. There was a woman sitting in the frontmost seat of our bus.
이상하군 길잡이. 분명 논의되지 않은 손님은 들이지 말아야 한다는 말을 들은 지 1시간이 지나지 않았는데.
외부인에 한해서라고.
Virgil's immediate reaction. Don't fucking sass me, you fucking hag.
눈앞에 신분이 버젓이 쓰여 있지 않나?
I noticed that she was wearing a familiar uniform with the logo clear emblazoned on her chest. You from the LCCB?
LCCA다. 시계 관리자.
Right. I could see that she was wearing a red emblem on her shoulder.
이 사람 관리자님 말이 들리나요? 안 들려. 태엽 소리를 번역하는 재능도 없다. 그렇게 멍청한 느낌으로 고개를 까딱이고 있는데 모르는 게 더 힘들겠군.
Ah.
무슨 말을...
Ishmael scowled, about to tell the woman off until she coughed and collected herself. Maybe she suddenly recalled her old attitude.
나는 클리어 부서 애프터팀 소속 일반 작전 2과 알파 팀장 카이만이다.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone from the after team in person.
그야 우리가 개고생했던 걸 꿀떡하는 놈들이니 눈에 띌 리가.
말은 바로 하지 길바닥 출신.
뭐?
Oh, she really doesn't like us.
애프터팀은 너희 같은 목숨 버리개들이 깽판 쳐놓은 현장을 정상화시키고 없던 일이 될 수 있도록 수습하는 매우 수고스러운 일을 하는 팀이지. 저희가 목숨 버리개라고 불리나 보죠? 그뿐일까? 목숨 버리개, 범퍼카, 돈 먹는 버스, 고기방패, 얻어걸린 또라이. 뭐 더 있기는 한데 그게 지금 당장 필요한 이야기 같진 않군.
이 새끼가 말하는 꼬라지는 계속 그따위일 거냐?
To be fair, I can sympathize. I can't imagine the task of cleaning up after the antics of a gacha team is particularly enviable.
특별히 고칠 이유가 없다면 고치지 않는다. 내 지론이다.
Possibly one of the most destructive gacha teams in existence.
앞뒤 가리지 않고 황금가지를 회수하는 게 일이라곤 하지만 그 뒤에서 개같이 구르는 사람을 생각하지 못하는 반푼이에겐 더욱 고칠 필요가 없지.
거점하지, 가이만 팀장.
뭐 욕짓거리를 하러 온 건 아니었으니까요.
She's 100% in the right. Yeah. Points directly at Don Quixote.
상부의 작전 명령을 하달합니다.
Kaiman produced an envelope, opened it, and pulled out a paper from within. She began to read it out loud.
LCB의 T사 황금가지 탈환 작전 이전에 추가적인 임무를 하달합니다. 하나, 해당 구역 근처에 발생한 뒤틀림을 제거 혹은 확보할 것. 둘, 해당 위치에 있는 검은 비석 모노리스를 확보할 것.
A monolith? What's this now?
뒤틀림? 이미 뒤틀려 있다는 뜻인가요?
모른다. 이 추가 작전은 LCC가 관여되어 있지 않지. 나는 그저 T사에서의 업무를 처리하다가 전달 임무만 받은 것뿐이다.
우리의 임무는 황금가지의 탈환뿐일 텐데 언제부터 우리가 심부름꾼 해결사 노릇을 주문받았지?
So were you wondering what Limbus Company does as a business? We're distortion detectives!
지금 주문받았군. 그리고 황금가지를 배달해오는 너희가 특별히 심부름꾼과 다를 바도 없지.
확실히 알겠네. 애프터 팀이라는 곳은 성격 더러운 사람들만 들어가는 곳인가 봐.
Rodion grumbled like she was imagining a department full of Kaimans. Kaiman quietly took a sweeping look at the complaining sinners, then approached me.
시계 관리자.
Yes?
뭐라고 말하는지는 어차피 안 들리고. 당신이나 당신 졸개들이나 아직도 뭘 모르는 것 같아 친절히 설명을 몇 개 해주겠어.
Kaiman crossed her arms and leaned against the bus seat as though she was about to start a lecture.
LCB는 분명 황금가지를 가져오는 게 임무다. 그건 맞아. 부정할 수 없지. 하지만 림버스 컴퍼니라는 회사의 목적이 황금가지 탈환이요 라고 말하고 다니는 건 문제가 있지 않겠나? 그게 당장의 벌이 수단이 되지도 않고.
그건 맞는 말이네요. 사실 궁금했거든요. 이 회사가 대체 무슨 돈으로 돌아가고 있는 건지.
뭐, 돈은 걱정할 필요 없다. 오히려 차고 넘치지. 지금 이 회사에 부족한 건 대외적인 입지와 명분이다.
A cause?
림버스 컴퍼니는 그 명분을 뒤틀림에서 찾기로 정했었다. 뒤틀림 현상이라는 게 아직 도시에서 체계적으로 관리되는 건 아니거든.
Yeah, I figured. When I was reading Distortion Detective on Wednesday, I've only read up to chapter 8, by the way. I just started playing Limbus Company today, and I'm already close to Kanto 2. Any tips? I have been playing for about 16 days. Roughly. Win rate. No, seriously, that early on, if you're having trouble, like, being overwhelmed by all the fucking shit you have to read, start simple, click the win rate button, and look at your bar. If any of the words in your action say struggling or hopeless, see what other abilities you can activate. If you pick like a skill 1 or a skill 2 or whichever instead of the one that was previously saying that and it still says that, see if you can use an ego ability. If you can use an ego and it says dominating, replace that. Otherwise, just kind of figure it out, I guess. I think generally speaking, against mobs, you will be fine. You don't have that many focused encounters. But if there were ever a time I would tell you to read, it would be to do so during the focused encounter. I just skipped the dialogue lol. Well, if you're in it for the gameplay, man, just fucking go for it. Just roll and keep hitting win rate until you hit a wall. Anyway, back to my original tangent. When I was reading Distortion Detective on Wednesday, which I've only been up to chapter 8 on, I believe her name was Moses, right? The one of the sexiest hags I've ever seen. She pointed out that not many people were getting into the business of looking into distortions because it was a relatively new phenomena. Thanks, Angela. And she had a particularly unique disposition and ability for identifying that. But you know how capitalism works. If there's a market, if the demand is there, which there will inevitably be, especially as the events of Ruin have passed through, someone's gonna stake their claim in that business, right? I kind of suspected that's what we were doing in the background. Also, hello, Blade Lineage Salsu. Bone claiming indeed. House told me some time ago that it hasn't been long since the distortions began appearing in the city.
림버스 컴퍼니는 대외적으로 뒤틀림 현상 전문 처리 및 방역, 또한 현상의 연구를 하는 집단으로 도시의 이름을 알리는 중이다. 그러니 다방면으로 관련 활동이 필요한 상태지.
Which makes me wonder. I know the Distortion Detective has been discontinued, so I don't know if this is going to be answered in the book, but assuming it's still canon, which it probably is, right? Or at least the characters. I would have to figure that at some point, with how ominous and far-reaching the actual Limbus company appears to be, they would have some point have contacted or looked into Moses. I don't know if we would have convinced her to work for us as or contracted her, but she certainly seems like a very useful certainly useful asset to have in this case.
뒤틀림 현상이라는 게 꽤나 골치 아픈 상황이라고 들었던 것 같긴 하네요.
아직도 이 현상을 누가 명확하게 정의한 적이 없다. 그러니 전담하기를 꺼리고. 뒤틀림을 전담하는 협회가 발족하려는 동향이 있다고 들었지만 그건 어디까지나 협회. 림버스 컴퍼니는 기업 차원에서 그걸 다루려는 것이다.
An association primarily dealing with distortions, but that's all it is. That's an idea from the cut ending of Ruin, isn't it?
그래서 그게 우리가 뒤틀림을 조져야 하는 이유가 되나?
되지. 회사 가장 높은 곳에서 내린 명령이니까. 길바닥엔 그런 게 없었나 보지?
안 되겠다. 그냥 오늘 머리 부수고 끝장을 보자 너.
관리자.
Hyman ignored Heathcliff, who was visibly fuming, and turned to face me.
지금 이들에게 내가 대하고 있는 태도, 나아가서 회사에서 이들을 어떻게 취급할지까지. 그건 결국 관리자의 선택과 지도에 따라 달라질 거다.
With that, she produced an envelope from under her arm and handed it over.
하지만 선택은 자유니까. 저들 말대로 원래 LCB의 임무인 황금가지만 고집해도 상관은 없다. 그런다고 너희 고기방패들이 회사에서 쫓겨나게 되진 않겠지. 물론 그 선택이 수감자들의 처우를 결정하겠지만.
Virgilius listens quietly, his eyes shut.
그럼 가보겠습니다. 붉은 시선. 다음에 또 보죠.
그러시지. 하지만 그때 또 본다면 말은 좀 가려가면서 하면 좋겠군.
Heartwarming. Virgilius found someone he hates more than us.
이렇게 보여도 내가 당신이 말한 이 고기 방패들 겔잡이라서 말이야. 내 귀까지 거슬리진 않게 부탁하지.
뭐 그건 관리자에게 달려 있겠죠. 그럼 실례하죠.
She left, leaving nothing but the awkward silence behind.
갔냐? 그 재수없는 새끼?
Virgilius does care, if only because the more we are inconvenienced, the worse off his situation becomes. After that brief moment of quiet, everyone began sighing and complaining as though they'd just been ungagged.
듣고만 있는 것도 꽤 힘든 일이네. 아이씨, 나이 먹고 성질은 다 죽였다고 생각했는데.
That reminds me, I recently put in unpaid overtime. Well, you should know more than anything, Virgie's a big old softy. He's warming up to us. Yeah. He's got mixed feelings. Like, anytime we fail him, he looks at us with contempt because he knows every time we fuck up, he gets that much further away from his goal. Still, good work keeping things non-violent, guys.
하지만 틀린 말을 하지는 않으시던걸요?
숨은 의도를 간파해야 할 필요는 없으니 생각 정리가 편리했던 것 또한 사실이다.
I like on. I will claim your bones and sell its insurance to buy myself 20 McBurgers. And also, my lovely Mursol.
뭐 그렇게 생각할 수도 있는 거겠죠. 아무튼 그 인간 말 맞다나 회사가 시키는 일은 또 할 수밖에 없는 거고요.
명령을 수행하는데 특별히 첨언할 말도 없군.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I tried my best to cheer up the sinners as I opened the envelope she left behind. Not much of note was in there. One old-fashioned walkie-talkie, a bunch of signed and stamped paperwork, and... Huh? Mission location. Yongjin Building.
출발하지, 카론.
용진? 맞지, 베르? 좋아. 감이 온다. 삐릭삐릭. 출발. 부릉부릉.
Judging by their lack of surprise, both Karen and Virgilius already knew where to go. And the bus took off.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무얼 바꾸었는지를.
야음을 틈타.
Splendid. Oh, good.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
틈을 끊어
This should also tell you our parallel at the moment. Roughly Urban Nightmare, yeah? Oh, they said that could have come up with Urban Plague. Yeah. I guess, but... if my assumption is correct, and we're about to fight a distorted bamboo-headed Kim... Kim himself was a general reception of Urban Plague, yeah? But the first distortion we fought was an Urban Nightmare. So we're like... up there, I think, yeah? Oh, Kim was Nightmare. Okay, well, there we are. There you go. No. Oh, you know what? Fuck it, we ball. Answer me, Heisho Pax. Do we pay heed to struggling?
저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘야.
Apparently, yes.
이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
혈염도 바로. 더. 모아쳐라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이제 끝내지.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
불쌍하게 울부짖는 건.
For some reason, I imagine Hellraiser when I hear this song.
이건 예상 못했나봐.
What makes you think of Hellraiser? That's curious.
다음은 어디로?
그림자 속으로 가라앉게. 이제 끝내지.
You also remember the next chapter
이 정도
after
탕류의 허덕이나.
6 is when we deal with an urban nightmare level threat.
흐름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
틈을 끊어 이제 깨우치시길.
Oh, right. Yeah, Gregor's story did say that, didn't it?
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니.
So we're like in the
내일은
midpoint
떳떳이
of
살아갈 수
like
있겠군요.
we're in like upper urban plague right now. That has me wonder if are we going to be Star of the City by the time we hit Kanto like 13? And you can assume La Mancha land is connected to Don Quixote. Yeah, I don't remember if I outright said it, but it's I know the beats of the Don Quixote book.
야음을 틈타.
I say about Kanto 8 we reached Star of the City level threat. Like, current content? I feel like that's blowing our load too soon, because if we escalate further than that, we become a fucking impurity of the city. And that's... that has implications. Something continued to nag at the back of my mind during the frequent stops and combat encounters. There was this one thing I just could not understand. Yeah, I imagine Star of the City would be us, like, at the end of Inferno, which has implications for Purgatorio and why am I blanking out on... My brain wants to say Cielo. No, it's Paraíso. Cielo is the Spanish for heaven. Or sky, I guess. Something continued to nag at the back of my mind during the frequent stops and combat encounters. There was this one thing I just could not understand. This is pretty much expected from Virgilius at this point, but... if he already knew where we were going and why, would it hurt to tell us for once? I muttered to myself while looking toward the back of the bus where Angdu slept. She was still out cold. Come on, Faust. I generally think that this is something we have to talk about. Can you please relay my question to Virgilius?
그럼 내가 말하지. 갈등은 때때로 필요한 법이다. 어이, 길잡이!
Hell yeah, Otis. Instigate. Kurokomo's urban plague. I remember I got siloed real early and I was like, neuron activation! Otis relayed my question and began to share some of her own grievances with Virgilius. A lot of her own grievances.
끝났나? 뭐 사실이다. 이미 무전으로 세부적인 내용은 전달받았지. 미리 말하지 않은 이유. 상황에 몰아놓고 학습해야 깨닫는 인재들이라 굳이 먼저 말하진 않았을 뿐이다. 어차피 먼저 말해봐야 반발심밖에 더 생길까. 그래서 관리자, 이번 일을 거부할 생각인 겁니까?
How could I? They're already treating us like dirt. If I refuse this, I can't imagine how much worse it will get.
그럴 순 없겠다고 생각하겠지.
Wait, the Blade Lineage are Urban Nightmare, right? Yeah, but they're also general reception, which means you could just fucking... you know? I could tell from the way he's looking at me that he already knew what I was going to say. He left next chapter, trust. I'm starting to wonder if he really can't hear me. I'm so confused with the hierarch system of the city. It's based on how much you threaten the corporations, not the people.
마침 손님께서 계신 모양이군. 카론의 감으로는 정확한 위치를 잡을 수 없으니 가서 알아오는 게 좋겠군요, 관리자.
Again, this would have gone much smoother if we had been told where we were going from the start. But like always, Virgilius felt the need to add comments like that before shutting me down and turning away. He already closed his eyes. Its roots have started those cities are almost venerated as prominent symbols of humanity. I think it's like the head views them as cute and amusing because they're like rowdy enough to cause a stir but not have to involve their intervention. once they become an impurity, then they're like, if we keep this shit around, we are gonna have to actually do something. So let's deport them. Like always, Virgilius felt that he'd add comments like that before shutting me down and turning away. He'd already closed his eyes.
내가 가서 상황을 설명하겠소.
When Angela becomes fully human, she falls back down to Sarda's steady and her bad ending. Because being human is controllable. Humanity is predictably unpredictable. Whatever the fuck we were ascending to by the end game, if anything is gonna have that kind of power, it better not be a fucking AI. Isan got up with an awkward smile in an attempt to clear the air. In fact, it's my understanding that the head would have intervened sooner had they not known ahead of time that Angela's goal was to become human, which would have inevitably made her something controllable. Had they not known what her intentions were, they probably would have been like, we should probably do something about this sooner. Isan got up with an awkward smile in an attempt to clear the air. After some time, Isan seemed to have successfully explained our circumstances to Angdu. He was standing next to Karen, trying to give her proper directions. She had also told us that, as long as we assisted her with their mission, she wouldn't mind taking us to the... She wouldn't mind us taking the black steel for ourselves.
아, 여기서 오른쪽. 아, 저것들이 벌써 진을 저렇게 치고서.
People dressed in Kurokuma clan's garbs were wandering around the building, standing guard before its entrance.
내려야! 김 작가님!
뒤틀림은 시간을 오래 끌수록 제압하기 어려울 것입니다. 저희도 빠르게 빌딩으로 진입하죠.
Angdu had already leaped out of the bus and was rushing in with her weapon drawn. We quickly followed suit.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 혈연도 봐라.
시비수에게 나왔나. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 누구 하나 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 넌 등을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
It's kind of commendable how dedicated Angdu is currently. That being said, she's absolutely gonna fucking bite it.
자,
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Are you trying to build the Lord of Heisho team?
틈을 끊어 바로 이제 깨우치시길.
More like it's probably the strongest thing I
이
have.
정도 탕류의 허덕이나 돕기를 보인다.
Answer me, Heisho patch.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Should I commit to current content?
길을 열어. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
What do you think she's part of the team? You can try getting Sri Rodion if you want. I opted not to prioritize her because I already have this Rodion, who is kind of compatible already. That being said, I was thinking of
길 좀 막지 마.
getting Yi Sung, actually.
돕기를 보인다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
On account of already having a compatible Rodion.
묘여. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
이제 깨우치시길.
So here's the argument of the strongest story carrying team at the moment. One of the strongest MD teams. It's also generally the easiest to build.
다음은 어디로?
That's a certified modern gacha moment, I think. Because it's all currency and slot.
진정.
I knew someone who ran a real estate office that looked just like this in California.
이놈이 마지막이었던 것 같군.
피냄새. 방금 솟아오른 것부터 잔뜩 늘어붙은 향기까지.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
직접 보지 않아도 다양한 혈흔의 콜라주가 펼쳐져 있겠군.
이자는 아무렇지도 않게 잔혹한 생각을 하는군.
Shut up!
아무튼 이제 안으로 들어설 수 있겠군. 어서.
Angdu did not hesitate for a second before disappearing into the building's entrance.
아이, 시키절에다 깬 지 얼마 되지도 않았는데 대단하구만.
Adrenaline is a hell of a chemical.
정신력이겠지. 우두머리가 잡혀있다면 저럴 수밖에.
아, 그런데 6층밖에 안 되는 건물을 빌딩이라고 부르기도 하나 보네요?
네, 뒷골목에 사는 비교적 흔한 일이죠.
I looked up toward the rooftop of the building Honglu was looking at, and suddenly grew curious. What time is it right now?
거울 줄까?
My head doesn't actually tell time, you know.
현재 시각은 오후 2시 10분입니다.
2 in the afternoon. It's not midday, but it's not supposed to be this dark, is it? How is it this gloomy and dark at 2 in the afternoon, Britain? I'm starting to lose my sense of time in here.
여기가 유독 심한 것 같네. 뭐 연기 전쟁 때와 비교하면 애교 수준이지만.
Is that a 7-Eleven store in the background? God. I mean, I've been to some sketchy 7-Elevens. I know that statement seems redundant. But imagine your typical 7-Eleven, and now imagine an even sketchier version of that. I've been to those.
그건 그렇지.
7-Eleven in a dystopian future seems up to par. But look on We are in a dystopian future.
T사의 뒷골목은 줄곧 이런 상태라고 알려져 있습니다. 기계가 계속해서 돌아가면서 연기를 지속적으로 배출하는 환경인데다 색이 추출되고 있으므로 더욱 매캐해 보이게 만들죠. 물론 이건 연기 전쟁의 결과로 제약이 걸려 많이 저감된 모습이지 이전에는
노닥거릴 시간 없지 않은가? 어서 들어오시오.
We hurried toward Angdu's cries. Heck, you should like we made the same joke.
검기 쪽에 아직도 부를
Joke?
사람이 남았을 줄이야.
뭐야? 벌써 다 해치워 놨네?
잔챙이들이요. 어째 하나같이 위로 올라갈 생각은 못하고 실력도 안 되는 것들을 깡으로 덤비기만 하더군.
The background art is certainly distinctive, for sure. An electric buzz of sorts played from the radio I had stashed in my clothes. Nezuko's been different ever since Demon Slayer ended. That's what she reminds you of? Fucking Demon Slayer? Is someone calling this radio? The sound became much clearer when I unfolded the antenna from the radio.
여기는 LCD. 들리지? 들려? 대답! 빨리!
The voice coming from the other end of the radio was upbeat, to put it mildly, and very chaotic. Okay, I just have to press this button, right? Well, I'll talk, but it's not you can hear.
진짜 째깍거려! 이럴 때가 아니지. 어차피 전달만 하면 끝이니까 굳이 대답할 필요는 없어.
If I had to guess, LCD stands for Limbus Company Distortion. And that cheery voice doesn't sound like fucking Moses, so it would be Ezra, yeah. She sounds exactly what I thought she would sound like. Okay.
급하니까 한 번만 말할게. 너희가 회수해야 한다고 전달받은 모노리스, 그 검은
So
기성
my guess is
말이야.
correct.
지금 그 위치에서 모노리스의 활동 신호가 엄청 강하게 나오거든? 사람을 강제로 뒤틀리만 시키는 신호 말이야.
강제로 뒤틀림하를 시킨다고?
Oh, that was brought up in the story too.
그거 전부 흘러나오기 전에 빨리 회수해야 해. 알았지? 이건 또 뭐야? 미안. 여기도 일하는 중이라 바쁘거든. 길게는 말 못 해주겠다. 암튼 급하다고 분명히 말했다. 이상 전달 끝.
Now, if I remember correctly, Ezra was grade 3 during the events of the Distortion Detective, so did she get promoted during that time is what I'm curious about. The call dropped before any of us even had a chance to say anything. She's, getting lively, huh?
한가롭게 감상을 말할 때냐?
여기 엘리베이터는 고장난 것 같아요.
Oh, good.
그대들도 급해질 이유가 이제 충분해진 것 같군. 이대로 층계참을 돌파하는 것이 좋지 않겠는가?
You don't have a choice. Come on, let's go. I put the radio back in my pocket and began running up the stairs. There's like the fan service event. I know Distortion Detective. I know Bamboo Headed Kim.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
I know what a Kurokumo
홍로는
is.
그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무엇을 바꿔?
Also, we got an ad coming up, so I'm gonna just be right back. See you guys in a sec. There's even a mean lady who insults you and treats you like dirt. AKA my type, apparently.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
아이고.
Wild West and masochist allegations, they're never gonna be beat. Also, haha, smoker climbing up the stairs.
이거 얘들은 싱거운데 오히려 계단 타는 게 더 힘들잖아. 이상하군. 그렇지 않은가?
I once did a charity thing where I had to climb up like 80 something flights of stairs. Not fun. I mean, kind of fun, but oh. I remember explicitly training for that, mostly because it was for a cancer charity, and this was after I had recovered from my treatments. So what I would do to basically rehabilitate myself was climb up and down the stairs leading to my apartment. harder than it fucking sounded, because remember, chemo was not exactly a fun experience for your body. And it leaves you in a certain kind of way once it's done. So, I thought that would be a good way to get my body moving again. Worked out. But it turns out I don't like being on top of skyscrapers. Especially ones with no fucking railing at the top. Why would you want to run against stairs long? Going up is tiring. You're faster. It's tiring you faster since you're going against gravity. That's the point. I needed to get my body to be able to withstand moving again.
뭐가?
어리바리한 것들 투성이지 않은가? 어찌 우리를 막아내려 자리한 것이 아니라 밀려 올라가기 싫어하는... 설마...
Angdu's expression darkened. Maybe she had an inkling of a bad omen.
우두머리라는 자가 걱정이 되는가?
Jog from place A to place B. Walking upstairs was easier than jogging for me in that state. Don Quixote carefully sidled to Angdu's side with a sympathetic expression.
그럴 수밖에 없어.
김사갓이라는 분은 어떤 사람이었나요?
Am I ready to learn some rules? Angdu appeared conflicted, as though she was having trouble organizing her own thoughts. She shook her head and sighed.
늠름한 사람이었지. 지킬 것을 지키고 또한 죽일 것을 죽였다. 검계 안에서도 실력으로 줄을 세우면 반드시 손가락 안에 들으셨고, 또 말수는 적으셔도 자기 좋아할 사람은 끔찍하게 챙기셨지. 그 결정만 없었더라도 우리의 진우가 이렇게까지 궁지에 몰리는 일은 없었겠지만.
Sinclair half opened his mouth, apparently curious about what that decision might have been. But he soon realized that this was probably not the time to pry and quietly close his mouth.
어떤 상황이든 빨리 올라가 보는 수밖에 없나?
Then we have no choice but to make haste with her. Answer me, Heisho Pax. Do you love Liberia of Ruina?
저 해충들을 도려내라.
유용하군요. 틈을 끊어.
묘야. 길을 열어라.
시간 끌지 말고.
혈염도 바로.
Yeah, okay.
모아쳐라.
Fuck this guy. Right. Okay.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 혈염 고기를 떨고 주마. 이건 예상 못했나봐.
They mirror Sayo's lackeys poses. Yeah, they really do. Certified filterless moment.
불가 위야.
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자
모든 결과들은
누구 하나 살려보내지
파우스트가
마라.
알아요.
시간 끌지 말고.
떨궈주마.
Death!
이제 끝내지.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠고.
Fucking Kurokumos. That works.
불가 위야. 마감 이제 깨우치시길. 물론하군요.
끝내지.
Answer me, Heisho Pax. Did I just waste a fucking turn?
도끼를 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이 저 해충들을 도려내라.
끝내지.
길을 여서 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
A turn where you kill your enemies is not a turn wasted.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Fucking hell.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
How many goons this could have come
홍우는
up and
그제야
have?
알게
That's an
되겠지.
interesting question, because, like,
이 홍루가 무얼 바꾸었는지를.
we fucked them up in Ruina, didn't we? I know we saw that there were more of them because of the thumb, but, like, I know the thumb doesn't give that much of a shit about them, right?
늦겠다. 뛰자.
Sorry, I was coming up and sneeze.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을
Answer me,
걸어
Heisho Pax.
토끼를 본다.
You have any allergies?
저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어.
묘여, 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
None of them
없겠구나.
died in the library, right?
틈을 끊어.
I think the thumb ordered their execution, no? Or basically, their failure basically meant that the thumb all but ditched them, essentially. So they would have to be significantly weaker, at least.
헤어내리.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자
That
하나 살려보지 마라.
이제 끝내지.
시간 끌지 말고.
지 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
good question, but they're probably one of the bigger syndicates, right? Probably.
헤어내리. 이제 끝내지.
시간 끌지 말고.
깨우치시길.
I don't think Sayo had that much pool. Like, if she's not even the patriarch of her fucking clan, and the clan answers to the thumb? It'd have to be pretty small fry indeed. Fuck it.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
길에서 비켜.
숨을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
불쌍하게 울부짖는 거야. 그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
Death.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Oh! Oh!
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Gross little fellas. Are you guys happy to be killing orphans?
혈염도 바로.
Do you think Virgilius is grateful that he's not tasked to go out on these missions because he doesn't have to fight these fucking things? Knowing full well what they actually are? Answer me, hey, Showfax.
이 정도 탕류의
Do you think these enemies bring about nightmares in Virgil?
이제 깨우치시길.
묘야. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
Wait,
없겠구나.
wait a second. Did I just say Virgil's nightmare? I don't like how big and swollen they're gotten.
날개를 펼치고 시비수에게 발톱을 걸어. 이 앞에 숨쉬는
불쌍하게 울부짖는
누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
무용하군요.
For some reason, I thought the name of the DLC for DMC was Virgil's Nightmare. I forgot that it was literally Virgil's Downfall. How fucking funny is it that the remake for DMC ended off on a teaser for Virgil, who had already been beaten at the end of the base game? What a fucking loser.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
무용하군요.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
불가 위약. 마다니지 못하리.
I'm someone who thinks DMC isn't as bad.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
I know this is a
없겠구나.
probably very tired line, but I did have this obsession recently. And really do think the reception to DMC would have been better if it wasn't Devil May Cry. It would have absolutely still been identified as a Devil May Cry ripoff on some fucking YouTubers' obscure niche video games playlist or some shit, right?
길 좀 막지 마.
But it wouldn't have been clowned on. At least not as extensively as it is in the present day.
목을 떨궈준 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
You can evade these nuts in your mouth, goddamn. Answer me, Heisho Pax. What do we say to fuck-ass Pikachu like that? It also wouldn't have been poorly received if the devs weren't so fucking disrespectful. Yeah! But, implicitly, if it wasn't a Devil May Cry game, then the devs wouldn't have been disrespectful of the original Devil May Cry. Right? Cutscene of El Donte's top tier dialogue was screen. I'm your prom date, you ugly sack of shit. Fuck you! Instead of El Donte's generic action character. Oh, you want generic action character but looks like Dante? Do you remember Night Cry? Which was the Clock Tower successor made by the people who worked on the original Clock Tower, but was made in the fucking Unreal Engine? So one of the NPCs just looks conspicuously like Dante? Did we just fight the Picatula? I wonder if it'll be worth streaming that game at some point in the future.
맞습니다.
여직 봐왔던 면면들과 다른 생김새요. 좀 더 심화된 듯한.
죄종의 다음 형태입니다. 사람마다 담아온 죄에 따라 죄종의 질이 달라지니 형태는 다양할 수 있습니다.
하지만 여태 이런 형태가 나타났던 적은 한 번도 없었는데요.
황금 가지를 회수함에 따라 죄종의 성장이 촉진되기도 합니다.
그 가지 뭐가 연관되지 않은 걸 찾는 게 더 빠르겠어. 생각 이상으로 어마어마한데?
아니 그러고 보니 이 죄종이라는 거 뭔가 죄를 상징하는 거였지.
Sin. My thoughts grow distant all of a sudden. No, the sinners grow distant while my thoughts draw nearer. Their voices grow muffled. The word sin feels oddly unfamiliar today.
자신을 잃고 원본의 모양을 상실한 모습으로 보이는구려.
Self.
뒤틀림이라는 것도 비슷한 거 아니었어?
누구는 뒤틀림이 되고 누구는 죄종이 되고 무슨 기준인 걸까요?
I think I know. Planted in the hearts of all are seeds with ever-present potential to bloom.
관리자님? 뭐라고 했어? 파우가 설명하고 있어서 겹쳐서 안 들렸는데.
계속하자면 극심한 스트레스에서 자신을 유지할 수 있게 된다면 그건 뒤틀림으로 발전하고
When the light of that day descends upon the hearts of every human, blooming the seeds buried deep within.
관리자님?
If one's devoured by their sins, they are reborn in the form of their image reflecting the dreamt by those who are nothing.
단테, 괜찮은 거?
If one withstands, yet their sins, the heart.
뭐야 시계 대가리? 갑자기 무게 잡고 뭘 중얼거리는 거야?
심각한 소리가 나는데 저분 의체 머리에 무슨 문제라도.
Yet if one seeks to bear the shall of their original hearts.
대거? 그걸 말하려는 것이요?
And in a world perceived of their own that shall be unveiled to their egos melt into bite of sin.
말투도 뭔가 저희 할아버지... 어? 관리자님! 머리!
Ruh-roh!
관리자님, 머리가 불타고 계십니다.
오, 불꽃.
진짜 터질 것 같은데요?
Only those who can define their own
야!
path,
저러다 쟤 죽는다고! 뭐 방법이 없어?
flow,
벙이도 모르!
only those who are awakened to their own
뜨겁소. 관리자 나리의 머리에 있던 불은 뜨겁지 않아서 그저 장식이라고 생각했는데.
Fellas, I think I'm crashing out.
파우스타 씨, 그때 이야기했던 자폭 장치가 작동된 거 아니에요? 이 열기를 보면 정말 모든 걸 녹일 것처럼.
원리는 같습니다. 단테는 황금가지를 통해 본사 지하에 심어진 묘목의 뿌리와 연결된 상태로
가지고 나발고! 저 새끼 불은 꺼야 할 거 아니야!
The fuck does that mean?
물! 누군가 물 없어? 뭐라도 부어서 식혀보면.
Sometime later.
정신이 드는가?
My eyes, if I had eyes, that is, opened slowly. I was lying on the ground, surrounded by the sinners. What happened?
기억을 못하는 것이요?
I guess I don't? Oh, did you miss the entire Dante crash out sequence? Yes, you did. I do remember walking up the stairs and suddenly feeling really dizzy.
관리자님, 복귀하면 반드시 수리 받으십시오.
Huh? A workshop? Did I malfunction or something?
무슨 기계 다루듯이 말하기는. 어차피 지금은 어떻게 할 수도 없는 것 같고.
복귀 후에 이야기 나누시죠. 우선은 활동에 지장은 없는 것 같습니다.
Dante's Garnet Theory in shambles? I didn't really subscribe to that theory. That never jived well to me. And dude, where's...
이미 올라갔소. 궁금한 것도 걱정되는 것도 많지만 상황이 급하니 우리도 합류하는 게 좋겠구려.
Like, personally, my best guesses, and these are just guesses, they're not founded on anything, is that Dante was previously either an employee at one of the A, B, or C Corp, was being primed for that, or is at the very least a former head of some wing. Former director of some wing, let's say. I think Dante is Dante. Yeah, okay. It could very well be that Dante is actually, the member of the Nine who got fucking disappeared. There was a lie I didn't understand, but since we're in the middle of an operation... Let's deal with this first. You were gonna say Iron? He's clearly
또
Hokma!
한 줄 길을 남겼군.
Fucking stupid.
핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가
And here goes.
뭘 바꾸었는지를.
I think we're about to fight a boss. I just get the feeling.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
이건 또 왜 고장이 나서?
Was this another wall? There was a nervous-looking man on top of the stairs on the uppermost floor of the building. I could immediately tell that this man was unlike any other foe we faced in this building.
나는 조용한가? 가만히라도 있어줬으면 좋겠는데.
He kept looking into his pocket watch as though he was expecting something awful to come out of that door.
저자는
흑은혜의 복장과 유사도가 높다. 관련된 인물일 가능성이 크고 종전의 인물들보다 상위 계급일 것으로 보인다.
그렇다면
Before I even had the chance to just waiting for a bit to come up with the strategy, Angdu was already charging at the man.
내 놈 분명 흑운회의 부조장이랬다.
뭐야?
내 놈들이 그렇게 바라던 검계 수급이 지금 앞에 있다. 검을 받아라.
애들은 전부 치우고 올라왔나? 마음 같아서는 그냥 사무실 안으로 집어던져 넣고 싶지만 안에 상품이 있는데 그럴 수도 없는 노릇이고. 아, 열받네 진짜. 상대하는 것 말고 방법이 있나? 이름이나 묻지. 나는 준이다. 네 놈이 쳐부수고 올라온 것들의 부조장.
앵두, 검을 다루는 게 살수, 우두머리 김삿갓의 부하.
The hallway before the door falls silent. It is as calm as a winter dawn. The two warriors, blades drawn, begin to take cautious steps. It's as though they are attempting to gauge the distance between each other. There was a sudden flash. When I came to my senses, the pair had suddenly switched sides, facing away from each other. The outcome of this clash
야, 뭐냐 이건? 어?
앵두 씨! Appears to have been Angdu's defeat. She fell to her knees.
아니, 뭐 제대로 시작도 안 했다. 저렇게 지쳐 있는데 잘도 달려들 생각을 하는군.
He's been fighting the Kurokuma clan henchmen on the front lines before we even had the chance to catch up. No wonder she's exhausted.
중상에서 회복한 지도 얼마 되지 않았습니다. 무리를 했군요.
Yeah, she was basically going in as a she.
너희들도 덤벼들 거냐? 이렇게 많은 인원은 아무리 나라도 좀 벅찬데.
This Jun rested his blade on his shoulder with an annoyed scowl. I could tell from his single clash against Angdu that he wasn't going to go down easily. Well, I don't like that we're all ganging up against this one guy, but...
겁나게 째깍대네. T사에서는 이런 시계 의체까지 돌아다니는 건가? 아, 시계. 야, 저거 맞는 시계냐?
맞겠냐? 저건 그런 용도의 시계가 아니야.
어? 그러면 뭐하러 모가지를 갈아 끼냐? 쓸모도 없네.
Dante, I think we're gonna have to kill this guy.
그럼 너희 중에 시계 갖고 있는 놈은 없냐? 이 애물단지 또 망가졌단 말이지.
The sinners wordlessly begin to surround Jun.
없어? 아, 손목도 다 비어있네. 아, 제정신이냐? 시계도 안 갖고 다닌다니.
있다고 한들 그대에게 말해줄 의리도 없네만.
짜증나게 하는구만 이것들. 어차피 뒤도 없어. 나도 이 안에 들여보내면 곤란해지는 몸이라. 빨리빨리 덤벼. 더 기운 빠지기 전에 한 놈이라도 더 쓸게!
Those are bold words from a guy within Hansho pack range.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨진
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
누구 하나 살려보내지 말해.
Answer me, Hansho packs. Are we fucked?
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어.
묘여. 길을 열어라.
I should put this with thought into it.
어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Die.
혈염도 바로.
페이지 1. 배달 도구 및 품질 시퀀스 시작. 침착하게 활로를 개척하십시오.
Yeah, that's fine.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
이제
Death.
끝내지.
물론하군요.
You know, this encounter kind of doesn't make any sense. Given the implication that we already killed all of his dudes. Oh, there he is! Oh, it's not even a fucking focused encounter. Okay. Well, here goes.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
지시길.
시간 끌지 말고.
Did I just hit June? Ah, it'll be fine.
제작지 옆에 플루들이 차는 의미 없는 살색을 지향한다. 배달을 즉시 수행하여 귀하의 목숨을 보장하십시오.
Oh! Ah. Well, anyway.
불가 위약. 막아내지 못하리.
You can clean these nuts.
물론하군요.
Get staggered, idiot.
이제 깨우치시.
Answer me, Hansho Pats.
넌
It's their goat washed.
없겠구나.
이제 대화를 좀 해보지.
Aang do seem to have recovered somewhat as we fought. She bound Jin with the rope before throwing him to the ground. We turned him into fucking garbage!
고작 부조장이 우리에게 내려진 현상 수배의 이유를 알 거라 생각하진 않는다. 하지만 마치 보호라도 하듯이 우두께서 있는 곳에 문을 막고 있는 연유를 알 수가 없군. 내 놈만이 아니지. 이 건물에 있던 후군의 놈들 전부가 위로 올라가는 걸 필사적으로 막고 싫어했지.
아니 그러니까 피해자는 우리라고.
무슨 의미인가?
이거 진짜 짜증나네. 애초에 우리는 너희를 추적하거나 배는 일하고 상관이 없었어. 엄지에 현상금 걸린 조직이나 단체들이 한둘도 아니고 얻어 걸린 김이었다는 거지.
The thumbs seem like
그냥
really unpleasant fellows.
우리는 엄지에서 내려온 명령에 따라서 여기에 있는 검은색 비석을 지키고 있었을 뿐이다. 곧 다른 곳으로 배달해야 하는 상황이라 가뜩이나 민감한 시기에 너희 검개놈들이 나타났다. 갑자기.
나타났다?
Out of nowhere, huh? Like, they just popped? Teleported?
그런가? 우두께서는 이곳에서 깨어나신 건가?
너 뭔가 아는 거냐? 애초에 사람이 어디서 그렇게 툭 튀어나올 수 있나? 특이점이라도 쓴 줄 알았는데. 그리고
That bamboo hat came doobie drippy though.
애초에 너희가 이길 싸움도 아니었어. 우리는 수적으로 훨씬 유리했다.
그랬겠지.
범죄놈들 중에 멀쩡히 싸울 놈이 3명쯤 남았을 때까지만 해도 문제가 전혀 없었어. 그런데 갑자기 그 대장놈의 눈이 희번득거리더니.
So Kim fucking distorted because he was like, what the fuck? Where are we? Why are we being attacked? What the fuck?
짜증나지만 그놈이 주변에 있는 걸 전부 썰어버렸다. 도륙이라고 말하는 게 맞겠지.
뭐? 그럼
그래. 검개고 오리고 주변에 있으면 전부 죽여버렸단 말이다. 그러니 뭘 어떻게 할 수 있겠냐. 우리가. 나는 부조장으로서 애들이 죽는 걸 막아야 했고 결국 내가 문을 막고 아래 애들을 배치하는 수밖에. 아, 짜증. 이게 뭐냐 대체. 곧 약속한 배달 시간이 다가오는데 손가락 한두 개로 끝날 사안이 아니잖아. 젠장.
This guy's the same rank as Saya. Correct, I remember that. Aindu struck the back of Jun's neck with a swift precision and dropped him to the floor.
앵두군 이미 생포 환자를. 이 안에 들어서려 하면 귀찮게 굴 것 같아 잠재웠을 뿐. 나는 후드를 만나야겠어.
얘기하는 거 못 들었어? 주변에 보이는 건 죄다 썰고 있다며.
그럴 리 없어.
That man is dead no matter what.
단테, 이야기를 종합해보면
Put him out of his misery? Given what he just revealed he is responsible for to her, do you think she would want to put him out of his misery? Yeah, I agree. There's a powerful aura coming from behind that door. I could sense it.
우리 후드가
Angdu's hands tremble as they wrap around the doorknob.
전투를 준비하지.
김 작가님이 그럴 리 없단 말이야.
Fellas, I think we should keep our eyes on Angdu. She slammed the door open, only to come face to face with the distortion.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는
So is the
그제야
usual
알게
suspects, huh?
되겠지. 이 홍루가 무얼 받고
Bamboo Hatted Kim. Oh, we're just going straight into it, so what's after this? Okay. Very excited for the Kim rematch. When I accidentally win by fucking win rating and trigger yield my flesh.
늦겠다. 뛰자. 어찌 된 것입니까?
You know, all things considered, he's not looking too bad. It doesn't sound great, though.
이건 우두의 검술 아닙니까? 이상은하며 이들을 우리의 친우를 해야 한단 말입니까?
Fellas, get her the fuck out of this room!
말이 통하지 않을 것 같군.
Pitch black flames lingered behind this man she called Bamboo Hatted Kim, her mentor. Something had devoured him. There was something in his eyes. Fiendish malevolence. I could definitely sense it. This was a distortion.
그리 짐승처럼 울고만 있지 말고 말을 하라는 겁니다. 말을!
야! 다가가면!
The distortion unsheathed its blade in the blink of an eye. It sensed that something had entered its range.
그 형제 죽이겠다는.
피하세요! Skip, do you want Kim Salt? I already started the fight. As Angdu stood there confused, Sinclair urgently hurled himself in her direction. In that brief moment, the distortion's blade descended upon them as though it bisected the very space they inhabited.
이미 싱클레어 군도
Oh, if we're gonna do a dungeon,
범위
sure,
안에
why not?
들어갔구려.
I'll replace, like, Rhodia. You have no choice but to suppress it. We tensed up, sensing the changing atmosphere. We slowly raised our weapons. Wait, why is there a dungeon after the fucking Kim fight? Okay. You're the problem child. You clash with that, and you're no big deal, I think. Evade, game poise. Does he have unique sanity? Also, this music goes kind of hard. Resentment. Gain 2 damage up and 3 defense level down. Gain 1 attack round up and 5 defense level down. Oh my fucking god! As long as we counter this, it should be fine.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Oh my god, it even has draw of the sword. Is this fucking sanity going up?
혈액도 봐라.
It's a negative point ID. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Oh wait, he's all 5. Well, whatever. I'm overthinking this.
날개를 펼치고 시비수에게 발톱을 걸어. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
I would have liked to redirected Otis's attack, but whatever. Death!
그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
페이지 1. 배달 보조 및 통제 시퀀스 시작.
Wait.
침착하게 판로를
Wait,
개척하십시오.
are we just gonna fucking kill him? Okay, sure.
불가, 위약, 막아내지 못하리.
Oh wait, he might live. Oh no, he's not gonna live. He didn't even get to heal this flash, bro. We just fucking killed him. Oh.
그림자가 그들을 덮었습니다. 청소부가 다녀가고 날이 밝으면 죽은 자의
God,
흔적을
bro.
찾으려는 자들이 와도 아무것도 알 수 없을 것입니다. 볕이 들면 그림자는 거두어지므로.
A blade fiend's phantoms. Bamboo-headed Kim kneeled and caught his breath. Something began to shimmer behind him.
심상 거울 던전입니다.
Huh?
봉이 치킨 때랑 같은 곳이다 그거지.
봉이 치킨이요, 봉이.
Ding dongs, bar and fryers. I'm getting fucking fried chicken after this, bro.
이미 들어갔군.
저거 따라가야겠지.
Yeah, we were ordered to secure the distortion as well, so... An immense heavy sensation emanates from within that space. That monolith has to be somewhere in there too.
따라가지.
We should do something about Angdu right now. While she was clearly dumbfounded by the turn of events, I could tell that she was determined to see this to the end. We had nothing more to add.
진입하겠습니다.
이건
Oh.
S사의 모습이구려.
Which means...
단순한 S사가 아니지. 심상이라 했나? 김 작가님의 기억이 영향을 끼치는 것 같군.
알고 있는 것이 있는가?
아니, 자세히는 모르지. 주워 듣기만 한 이야기로 그분의 과거를 읊을 자격은 내게 없기도 하고.
Angdu continued in a morose tone.
이 빌딩에 갑작스럽게 등장하셨을 때 아마 우두께선 별탈 없이 흑운회를 베어 넘기고 계셨겠지. 우두와 함께 다니던 인물들 모두가 뛰어났고 아무리 흑운회 같은 규모가 큰 조직이라 해도 간부가 아니고서는 조직원의 수가 많았어도 조기 백은 혼자서 쓸어 담을 능력이 있으니. 하지만 주변인 모두가 김 작가님만한 강함이 있는가 하면 그건 또 아니지. 그분과 우리는 하늘과 땅만한 차이가 있으니 끊임없이 몰려드는 흑운의 놈들에게 친우들이 하나하나 당해갔을 것이오. 그 모습은 제법 과거와 비슷한 구석이 있었으리라 생각이 드는군. 김 작가님은 그 장면에 마음의 동요를 크게 일으켰을 테고.
뒤틀림이 일어나기 좋은 조건이군요. 모노리스의 영향이 스며들기도 좋은 환경입니다.
They're making it canon that he is absurdly strong. My man took me to Imperitas Civitatis, so I'm not gonna... But he has a major weakness? That he's sentimental?
그렇게 검기가 되신 것인가? 그렇다더라도 어떻게 그런 짓을...
We remained wordless and advanced as Angdu despondently muttered to herself. It was all silent, save for the sound of our shoes lightly pressing into the soft soil beneath our feet. The death of his subordinates caused him to distort. You could say he's a little similar to Gebra in that capacity. If you'll recall what caused her to... Oh, what the hell? What if I took solo Gregor? Poise? Why would I take... I mean, I could take poise, but I think rupture is more important. At least to start. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, shouldn't I take fucking Thunder Branch? That's a really fucking good... Honestly, I'm surprised they give that to me first! Like, straight up, just right off the bat, like, what? Oh, I can't even take a fucking support. I don't think it'll be necessary, but in case some of my allies die, I guess. Taking a fucking Kurokuma to this. This is fine, probably. I'll just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anyway, an ad's bad place. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry, coward. I guess I've been stalling a bit too much on this. Well, it's not like I was going to start the next Kanto anyway. God, though, tomorrow's Kanto 6, huh? Jesus. Oh, shut up, average doubled my ass. Oh! Well...
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
At the very least, it gives you an excuse to bring in the funding result.
받아볼 텐가.
Answer me, Heisho Pax. Why the fuck is there a thumb among us?
저 해충들을 도려내라.
터무니지 깨우치시길.
묘야. 길을 열어라.
혈염도 바로.
Death.
모아쳐라.
불가 위야.
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
고작 이 정도 탕류에 허덕이다. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 죽었네.
God, that's
어디로?
nasty, though. Do you guys like mirror dungeons? Shimmering blue letters float above you. The way that these similar words are ordered makes it difficult to understand what it's trying to say. To say what is right, and what is wrong is not right. But that is not to say that what is wrong is right, and right is wrong is wrong. To say that what is wrong is right and right is wrong is not wrong. And to say that what is right and what is wrong is in turn to say that this wrong is right. Does he want my impression of these words? What is it talking about? Ooh, poise or slash? I generally think slash is better foundationally as an ego. Did you know that Bamboo Hat Kim is based on a poet? I had a feeling, but I did not know. Let's take slash. Still, it must be said that what is right is right. Answer me, Heisho Pax. Will I ever fuck up a coin toss? The blue letters slowly fade away and a new word appears in their place. Pleasure. The word stays there for a moment before transforming and falling to the floor. It transformed into an old, weathered doppelrope. Ego gift. Old doppelrope obtained.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 수는 없으니.
I'm gonna have to sell that.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
To be fair, I should have seen that coming. Anyways, this is more important than ammo. Thanks for a short encounter like this.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Death.
자,
시비수에게
어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
앞에 숨쉬는 자.
Both gift for uses, don't worry. I figure they're all gonna be unique for Slave Lineage. You know, to keep in theme. I literally don't have to think about this fight. Just win rate, it's fine.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
모아쳐라! It's fine. You don't have to think at all. It's us Kurokumo clans turn from here on out. Is it that hard for you to understand that you gotta pay the toll to use our road, huh? People dressed in Kurokumo clan garb stand in the way of unarmed civilians, threatening them. I suppose that excuse was enough for them to tread on our territory as well. Angdu does not hide her indignation. She is gritting her teeth. What should we do about them? Save the civilians. Look, I'll lop off my hand if I somehow don't make a deal. Let's put you to the test, Rhodia. Okay. Damn it. What the hell happened? I thought we driven him all the way. After a grueling battle, Rodion and Angdu managed to defeat or drive away the Kurokoma clan henchmen. You have my gratitude. I'm glad that we can provide them some help.
자, 됐지? 시간 없는데 이런 걸 시켜.
Thank you so much. The civilians freed from the threat of the Kurokoma clan. Each bound give us their thanks. But you're not dressed like a local. If you don't mind us prying, who might you be? Say that you're with the Blade lineage. Answer me, hey, Showpax. Are we gonna lie to these civilians? The civilians immediately kneel before us and bowed profusely. Their voices tremble as they plead. We're sorry, we're so sorry! Please have mercy, don't kill us! In a flustered attempt, Honglu tries to tell them that we have no cause nor intent to hurt them, but they refuse to listen. Take this at least! They raised their hands with the utmost deference. In their hands was what appeared to be a book. Taking a closer look at it, we realized what they handed us was a filled ledger with black covers. Please forgive us, that's all we have with us at the moment. Try as we might to help them to their feet, the fear has already rooted them firmly to the ground. They don't even dare to raise their heads. We had no choice but to leave them as they are.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
Oh, we're a lot worse than the Blade lineage. Gain random ego resources equal to the number of enemies. Hog. This is odd. This mist is... I don't know when it happened, but a thick layer of mist had descended all around us. I have heard a tale of one such nightly stroll. In this tale, a clueless traveler heedlessly wanders into a brumous haze and finds himself before an otherworldly being. Wait, that was probably Dawn. Whatever. Stop! Stop it! Just as the sinners began loudly bickering with each other, I realized that there was something hazy standing in our way. Is that thing dancing? A mysterious thing, dressed in white, danced gracefully before us with a large blade in hand. When it met my gaze, or when I thought it did, a sheath blade materialized in my hand. What does it want me to do with it? Bleed or poise? Well, Kurokuma or Blade lineage. Unsheath the sword and hold it on my side. Answer me, Heisho Pax. Will I ever miss? Honglu wielded the sword. Honglu effortlessly unsheathed the sword, threw the scabbard away, gently lowered it to their side, its tip pointing toward the ground. The thing giggled as it disappeared, somehow finding the situation humorous, and left behind a broken blade.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
When an ally critically hits an enemy, deal an additional poise potency pride damage.
뱃대에서 내려 전장으로.
If we're gonna fight Kim again, we're gonna beat the shit out of him.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 틈을 끊어.
전탄 격발.
날개를 펼치고 12수에게 발톱을 걸어. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 죽었네. 다음은 어디로?
Answer me, hey, Showfax. This is a bit excessive.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
유용하군요. 틈을 끊어. 이제 깨우치시길.
묘여. 길을 열어라. 지 목을 떨고 죽은 놈.
길에서 비켜. 통제 시퀀스 시작. 침착하게 판로를 개척하십시오.
Yeah, probably.
필두 출진.
I, for one, am grateful that we haven't run into another fucking wall yet. I imagine we'll reach it soon, though.
적대 세력 감지.
12수에게 명하라.
유용하군요.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
That's good.
되겠지. 잘 생각해보라고.
너는 못 따라한다.
길에서
이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠고.
Answer me, hey, Showfax.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시길.
묘여.
Is that mustard on your sword?
길을 열어라.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
The dispenser's hum fills the air. It knows what we want. We also know what it wants. Oh, God. Have we even taken damage? Fucking goddamn. We do not have enough money to justify a keyword refresh. Let's replace this. And get, like... We don't want Bloody Gadget. I think Bloody Gadget's better. Yeah, we're gonna take a rest here. If you'd like a chance reading, please place that on the desk. Yeah, no, we're good.
필두 출진.
I have to wonder what we're going to fight. So that thing behind him is...
모노리스입니다. 김삿갓에게 힘을 부여한 시점에서
Wait,
이
this is the
신사 안에
end?
숨어들었던 것이군요.
이 저택은 분명 에스사를 떠나기 전 마지막으로 맡으셨던 호위 임무의 대상이 살던 집인데.
Damn, we're gonna stomp the shit out of him.
이 참상.
I know it's only an event, but like, still.
여태껏 이 참상의 기억이 우도의 발목을 부여잡고 있던 것입니까? 하지만 그렇다 한들 친구들의 억울한 죽음은.
Tears begin to well in Angdu's eyes. Ah, Again, something murmurs in my head. Is this bamboo-hatted Kim's past? Somber voice drenched with woe echoes in my head.
명예라는 것을 가졌던 때가 잠시 있었다.
He's got a voice!
청렴한 권리 앞에는 누구나 악한 마음을 갖고 다가가는 자가 있었고 그 마술을 나의 검으로 뿌리친다는 호위무사라는 일감이 나에겐 제법 명예로운 일이었으니 하지만 그저 청렴하기만 했던 인물은 언제나 세간의 먹잇감이 될 뿐이고 이미 타락할 대로 타락한 탐관오리들의 마술을 막아내기에 나는 역부족일 뿐이었다.
He is secretly Don Quixote coded? He's like a grounded Don Quixote. His ideals aren't nearly as lofty as hers, but the disillusionment is there.
결국 부러진 마음을 끌어안고 동료들과 함께 에스사를 떠날 수밖에. 임무를 완수하지 못한 나의 명예는 그곳에 함께 두고 왔다. 있을 곳을 잃고 이곳저곳을 돌아다니며 지치는 나의 동료들과 나를 믿고 떠나온 이들의 신뢰도 조금씩 떨어지고 나 역시도 스스로에 대한 신뢰를 잃어만 갔다. 나는 바라만 갔다. 이미 임무를 완수하지 못한 내가 정말 이들을 이끌 수는 있는 걸까? 적어도 안정된 삶을 살 수 있게 도우지 않으면. 하지만 그런 마음으로 얻은 초대장은 도리어 모두를 죽음에 이르게 만들게 되었고.
Ooh, starting to feel a little bad about what I did back there. Repeatedly, might I add, because I'm pretty sure I farmed Kim.
나는 결국 임무도 명예도 친우도 모두 잃고 또다시 그때와 같은 모습을 재현하고.
Oh, you're not looking great. The voice continued to murmur, but it had devolved into nothing but a low growl, a quiet and incoherent rumbling. I can't help but feel a bit of sympathy at his suffocatingly painful past. That's exactly why we have to face him, to free him from this distortion. Guys, we're putting an end to this. Right here, right now.
네, 이 이후는 없겠다는 느낌이 강하게 드는군요.
Angdu's grown far too agitated to function properly in this battle. It's all up to us now. We are going to beat you to death.
시비 숨기 명한다. 이 앞에 숨진 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
It's the same fight? Yeah? He looks scary, but I'm not seeing any hopeless. And I got my Heisho packs.
혈액도 봐라.
only scenario I see this being a problem is if I try and fight him solo. Lead can be a problem
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마.
if you're by yourself. Otherwise, nah. Anything new? Overthrow? Not a big deal. There it is! There it is! Holy shit! Give you logs, I guess. Lacking data. Performing the post-mortem report as ordered by the executive manager. Just as I expected, entering the Fathom seems to have intensified the distortion of this bamboo-hatted Kim. There are a few pieces of evidence supporting that notion. The unidentifiable black tendrils pouring out of his body, further intensified blue glow in his eyes, the inability to communicate properly via verbal means. Though that last part was only true, I suppose. Even with quick observation, however, it is obvious that the individual holds great sorrow in his heart. They call it Han, a resentment of sorts. It is a certain kind of resentment born when intense grief turns into wrath, allowing it to grow and affect its combat capabilities. If you would allow me to express my opinion, someone called a mentor, presumably someone in a leadership position, should not maintain such an emotional state for a prolonged period of time. If he has lost his mind as well, then I suppose he is worthless as the leader of men. I believe this was written by Otis. What gave it away, coward? Was it the use of executive manager? It doesn't matter how famous he used to be, how powerful they say he used to be. We can more than easily handle such a weak-willed commander, concluding the report. Thank you. Okay, everyone's accounted for. Bamboo had it. Kim's weakness is that he's very weak-willed, could not handle the burden of leadership. Well, you know, that happens a lot in real life, too. There are people who are... suited for management roles, and people who aren't. And unfortunately, the way things turn out is that when someone is exceptionally skilled in a certain field, they tend to get promoted. But the thing about promotions is that the further up the ladder you go, the more distant you become from what you are good at, I think. It depends on the field, I suppose, but like, if you're just a programmer, if you're a code monkey, the further up the hierarchy you go, the less you code and the more you have to deal with fucking corporate bullshit and appeasement. And instead of programming, writing functions, you're doing less of that and you're talking more with, like, designers, stuff like that. You're talking to people in other departments. You're talking to people above you who feel the need to reach out to you directly because of different issues and stuff. And some people aren't built for that. And I don't think it's quite caught on in a lot of companies. The concept, anyway. Anyway, let's rock. So Kim might be really fucking good at swinging a sword, but, how does the mightiest warrior contend with something as abstract as corporate culture? Shit's enough to break anyone. He fucking staggered him again. He tried to be the leader of his people and failed him at every step. To be fair, accepting an invitation to the library was desperation. Given the fact that we're now looking at him as a distortion, I'm just gonna say Carmen had it out for him. Poor fucking bastard.
적대 세력 감지. 플루드리타 강력 배달 모드 기동.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Damage dealt by the skill that activated the counter skill. Like, can I just? Right? Am I crazy? Ah, fuck it. I'm just gonna win rate you.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Overthinking this shit.
목을 떨궈주마.
Just fucking kill him!
살을 내어주지만
Oh, you are not surviving this shit, bro. Death.
전탄 격발.
시간 끌지 마. 길에서 비켜.
Listen, I know I have like really fucking strong units, but that feels like it would have been easy even back when it was current. Ah, the dungeon. He arguably got weaker as a distortion. It got nerfed, I believe. I have no choice but to take your word, I guess. After a grueling battle, as we finally managed to drag Bamboo Hakim to his knees. Like a mirage, the Phantoms of Ego began to fall apart. The monolith had already left the Phantoms of Ego and was back at the center of the office. Just as the office began to resemble the one he had walked into, the radio I carried began to buzz again.
아, 들리지? 들리면 째떡해줘.
힘든 싸움이 끝난 지 얼마나 됐다고. 잘도 그런 농담이 나오네요, 단테.
Just barely! Did we even fucking take damage? Well, she asked me to.
좋아, 이제 진짜 시간이 얼마 안 남았어. 모노리스가 잠시 안정화된 것 같으니까 그걸 잠그는 방법을 말해줄게. 늦으면 그 뒤틀린 환상체가 되어버리니 정화, 신속, 알겠지?
Faust took 3 damage with the counter attack.
엄청 무서운 상황 같은데 말이 참 가벼운 양반이구만.
Call me Thumb Sinclair the way The way I'm like, Faust took 3 damage, I'm gonna fucking kill myself! I followed the radio's instructions and reached out to the monolith with my palms. Ooh, some light came out of it when I reached out with my fingers. If you use thinking, good news! Negative sanity! The voice coming from the radio was pretty nonchalant about all this. It almost sounded like she could see exactly what I was looking at.
거기서 아래로 쭉. 이제 왼쪽으로 천천히 움직여.
What the fuck? I couldn't help but wonder if I was doing this right, but I still followed her directions and drew a trail of light with my hand over the monolith. The shimmering black tendrils began to withdraw from bamboo-hatted Kim's body. Maybe the distortion is withdrawing too?
좋아, 수치는 안정범위로 돌아왔어요, 탐정님. 자꾸 탐정님이라고 하네. 옛날 호칭이 입에 붙어가지고.
I wonder who she's talking to. Wild channel name? Correct! She sounds like she's reported to someone else on the other side of this communication.
잘해줬어, 버스 친구들. 곧 LCA가 거기로 갈 거니까 조금만 기다려.
Huh? LCA? Not that rude after team lady from earlier?
자, 아무튼 지금까지 LCD 소속 뒤틀림 전담반 에즈라였습니다. 교신 끝.
The radio shut off before any of us had the chance to say anything. Again. And not 5 seconds later.
어머, 뭐가 이렇게 우르르 들어와?
Oh, it's the scary motherfuckers from Leviathan!
LCA 특수작전팀이군요.
확보한 물건을 회수하겠다.
Right. The item is... Well, looks like our job here is done. I didn't even have to say anything. Not that they could hear me anyway. Before the uniformed troops marched in and started attaching various tools to the monolith.
문제. T2601은 어디 있지?
저게 뭔 소리냐?
시원. 뒤틀린 대상 인물은 어디 있지?
아, 그를 말하는 것이라면 모노리스의 옆에
오라! 어디에 가셨는가?
약 3분 전 앵도라는 자가 소파 뒤로 끌고 가는 것을 목격했다.
Oh, okay. Didn't I ask you to tell us if you noticed something important going on in the background?
동일한 상황이 다시 오면 보고하도록 하겠습니다.
Bless you, Mersault. There's some theories about who and what the LCA are, but I'll let you notice similarities later. They look like cyberpunk Ujat. That's when I noticed the LCA agents were growing visibly uneasy.
이상. T2601에 접근한 개체에게 이상 반응.
And when that agent ran over and kicked over the sofa... Oh! Good news, everyone! We're gonna watch another crash out!
앵두양.
It was Angdu, her arms tightly wrapped around bamboo-hatted Kim. Her hand holding a blade that dug deep into her mentor's flesh.
당신이 얼마나 아픈 과거를 가졌는지 내가 소상히 알 수는 없지요.
Mersault be like, I didn't think it was important.
하지만 그것이 진우를 베어넘긴 응당의 이유가 될 수는 없지 않습니까?
앵두양, 그는 제정신이 아니지 않았는가?
아기가 되어 자신을 잃었다면 그 역시 내 손으로 끝을 내야. 아니지, 아니야. 사실 전부 변명밖에 되지 않아. 애초에 우두가 초대장이니 뭐니 하는 이상한 것을 들고 오지 않았더라면 애초에 에스사에서 도망 나오게 된 원인이 되지 않았더라면
I know Carmen's inviting ass is not gonna try to get her to distort now.
그래요. 그대의 목소리가 이제 좀 선명해.
변이 접근 개체의 비틀림 확인.
Ooh, when I get my fucking hands on you, Carmen, you're gonna wish you were back in that fucking tank.
추정 모나리시아 재활성화 1차 단계 돌입.
You can't just let her be. She's going to distort. Risol, knock Miss Angdu out. Oh, he just fucking did it without a second thought. Risol struck Angdu hard before the LCA agents even had the chance to do anything. The monolith causes distortions? Fucking hell!
안정. 접근 개체의 시신으로 비틀림화 해제.
Also, doesn't this contradict what was said in the Distortion Detective? Or maybe it doesn't. I do remember Moses saying they distort in their sleep, right? Which Ruin that shows us wasn't necessarily true, so whatever.
T21 자산 확인. 치명적인 위치는 아니므로 회수 및 회복에 문제 없음.
It's not a true distortion? Was she gonna turn into a fucking, like, Abno?
명령대로 처리했습니다.
Was it gonna turn her into a fucking Picatula? Thank you.
와, 내가 지금 뭘 본 거야?
Was that caused by the monolith's influence too?
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠. 모노리스는 제대로 봉인했지만 남은 영향력이 파고들었던 것 같습니다.
저기 거기서 수치가 확 튀어 올랐었는데?
The radio began buzzing all on its own again.
인계. 내가 LCD의 모델을 잇겠다.
Okay.
교대. 말씀하십시오.
These are scary motherfuckers. They give me a seriously bad vibe.
LC구나. 저는 LCD의 에즈라.
인지. 상황을 설명하겠습니다.
You know, I'm gonna stick with Cyberpunk Ujat as a descriptor because I don't think I fought the Ujat on stream, but I think it was like fucking 3 a.m. I was like, I feel like playing Runa. Let's do some general receptions. And then I did, are they like 2 or 3 books? I did the reception and then just, I'm like, am I fighting fucking Eyes Wide Shut? Like, what the fuck?
나도 말 끊을 거야. 나도 상황 다 알아먹었거든.
Ujat are a distortion detective thing. Ooh.
거기 2명 다 있죠? 그냥 우리 쪽으로 2분 다 데려오세요.
불가. 작전상 회수 대상은
딱딱하게 굴지 말고.
무려 이미 모노리스 자체도 제어하기 어려운 대상입니다.
Listen, I'll be reading Distortion Detective at my own pace. Unless we have time after some cantos on the weekend, because I do have Monday off. So tomorrow is going to be all of Kanto 6, I think. And after that, Sunday, Coward, if we have time, we could possibly do both of the fucking intervallos. I beg of you. Split it up into 2 days. For your sake? Okay.
아, 저희 탐정님, 아니, LCD 팀장님이 다 책임진다고 했어요. 애초에 그 모노리스, 저랑 탐정님이 회수해왔던 거랑 똑같은 물건이라고요.
So there's more of them.
그리고 둘 다 도서관의 생환자고 둘 다 뒤틀림이 되다가 풀려난 것도 뒤틀림 실적에 분명히 도움될걸요?
그러나
뭐야? 그러면 얘네 뭐 끌려가서 인체 실험 뭐 그런 거 당하는 거 아니야?
It's not Kanto 4 long, but still 48 nodes. I do have a whole afternoon at my disposal, but if you're saying I don't want to sit through this watching you for a whole day, I understand.
아, 요즘 T사에서 사람들이 잡혀간다느니 하는 워낙 흉흉한 소문이 많은 건 아는데 그런 실종 사건이랑 우리가 하는 일이랑 붙여서 생각하지는 말아줬으면 좋겠는걸?
Go get your phone replaced then. You let me know what time works for you, and then I'll start then.
그리고 어차피 뒤틀림이 진행되어봐야 죽을 뿐이고 이대로 두고 가면 흑운애나 엄지가 들이닥칠지 어떻게 알아?
그것도 그렇긴 하네.
아무튼 둘 다 데려오세요.
입장. 회수 조치하겠습니다.
The call dropped. The agents swarmed around the pair, bound them, and disappeared out the door. All of it was done in one fluid practice motion. I don't know when it happened, but they'd already retrieved the monolith when that LCA agent picked up LCD's call.
그럼 이제 상황 종료인가?
I guess so.
경고. 관리자는 빠른 철수를 요망합니다. 곧 엄지가 상황을 파악하고 이곳을 향할 테니.
중지 다음엔 엄지인가? 그 꼰대들이 어떤 낯짝을 지을지 궁금하군.
Real shit, I don't think we're ready to fight the thumb right now. Have you seen fucking thumb assault? That shit's fucking nuts.
그럴 일을 만들지 말라고 경고하는 거 아닌가요?
교정. 이미 작전을 수행한 시점에서 인버스 컴퍼니는 엄지와
Thank you for the follow, Jail Garden.
그렇겠네요. 시간이 걸릴 뿐 진상을 파악할 수밖에 없겠죠. 괜찮은 건가요?
I come back and see no cowboy hat. You want the fucking cowboy hat? Here's the fucking cowboy hat. There you go.
무관. 어차피 인버스 컴퍼니는 적을 친구를 적으로 두는 형국입니다.
What does that mean? A foe is a friend, and a friend is a foe for Limbus Company.
집체. 먼저 표출하겠습니다.
With that cryptic message, the LCA agent quickly withdrew from the scene. He knows something, but he won't tell us what it is. At least that was the impression I got from the way he spoke. I came to meet so many departments of the company in such quick succession. The LCA, the LCD, and the LCCA. An old question arose once again, something I'd forgotten as we kept ourselves busy with the missions we've carried out so far. I really don't know much about this company I'm working for. And there's this mysterious Herman and the equally puzzling Demian. Maybe in the grand scheme of things, I really don't know anything. Maybe what I know amounts to nothing more than a pinch of knowledge available to the powers that be. I thought we were pretty deep into our journey, but I was starting to feel that in the far future, if I were to look back on the records of this journey, we wouldn't even be 10 pages into the book. I began walking back to the bus with the sinners, my head further mired in confusion.
그 짧은 시간에 별별 사람 다 만나본 것만 같은 기분이 들어. 그래도 저는 이 회사가 어떻게 돌아가고 있었는지는 대강 알 수 있어서 좋았던 것 같네요.
Once we returned to the bus, the sinners each began chattering away about what had just happened.
앵두 씨나 김 작가님은 앞으로 어떻게 되시는 걸까요?
우리가 알 수 있는 일은 아니다. 같은 회사의 부서라곤 하지만 실제로 우리가 알 수 있는 건 에즈라라는 사람의 목소리뿐 아니었나.
I just manifested a cursed thought. Distorted silence, just a giant massive pair of tits.
그러하다면 설마 정말로 생체실...
그런 게 그렇게 쉽게 시작되진 않아. 그 사람도 그냥 소문은 소문일 뿐이라고 했잖아.
Gregor furrowed his brows as though some unpleasant memories of the past began flooding in. He dug into his pockets for a cigarette. There's LCD, but LCA just seems really out of place. Even when compared to other departments, it's like they're from a completely different company. Yeah, I wonder. As we made our way back to the bus, I slowly began to organize my thoughts on everything that's happened. I did know that it wasn't the most productive thing for me to do. Faust, you're not going to answer any of my questions, are you?
죄송합니다. LCB 부서 외의 내용을 언급하는 것은 지금으로선 힘들겠습니다.
관리자나 수감자나 조급함이 없으면 아무래도 이 버스에 탑승할 자격이 없는 것만 같군.
Virgilia sighed as he muttered. He must have seen me burying my clock head in my palms.
당신의 여정 속에는 반드시 의문에 대한 해답이 있습니다, 단테. 어차피 따라가다 보면 마주할 것을 빨리 들춰낼 필요가 있습니까? 그리고
Virgilius's gaze fixed for a brief moment slightly above my head. I wonder if he's looking at my flame.
아닙니다. 어쩌면 나도 점점 조급함이라는 것에 물들어가는 걸지도. 따라가다 보면 알게 될 것을.
Virgilius scoffed, muttered something incomprehensible to himself, then turned away from me. It was clear they had no intention of continuing this exchange.
출발하지, 카론.
기다렸어. 부릉부릉 시간. 목표는 T사의 유명한 언덕.
Oh boy, Heathcliff. So, the bus took off once again, sometimes bustling, sometimes dead silent.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가
Kanto 6. The Heartbreaking. But first, who wants to see another temple? Fucking hell, man. Ego this temple judge. Shut the fuck up, coward. Alright, look out there, everyone!
힘들었어요? 직접 써요. 쉬고 싶어요?
One,
배고파요.
two,
먹고 싶어요?
three. Oh my fucking god, bro! This is all going to my Evernight. Oh god. This has got to be punishment for something, dude. Anyway, we'll do the meeting, and then we stop for the night.
자네도 그랬지만 어느 둥지를 가든 차가 꽉꽉 막히네.
We've been traveling at a snail's pace through the extreme congestion of the nest for several days now. Rhodia, clearly affected by this boredom, sighed and muttered. We've been through similar long periods of inactivity before, but boredom isn't something one could easily get used to. For blitzing the game with the Heisho team, I built the Heisho team out of spite for the already shit rolls the game gave me. I suppose it became a part of my job to listen to the sinners complain about the slow pace of our travel. How much longer until the T-Corp immigration checkpoint? My only option is to give them a reminder of how far we are from our destination.
하루 정도 다음 장소에서 대기하는 것과 중간중간의 정차 장소 등을 고려하면 3일 정도 남았다고 볼 수 있습니다.
고작 거기서 거기를 가는 것 같은데 항상 이렇단 말이지.
Gregor's right. Didn't seem like the city was that big. Maybe there's something to these inevitable overly long travel times. Something I'm yet to understand.
저희는 작은 차량도 아니고 대형 버스라서 뒷골목을 따라 이동하면 확실히 더 오래 걸리는 것 같네요.
그냥 도보 행군이 더 빨랐을 것 같군.
하지만 숙식이 해결되지 않소.
모르는가? 장기 행군 중에는 텐트를 설치하고 야영을 하는 것이.
Me when the fucking sweepers come for me?
아이, 모두가 군인 출신인 건 아니라고, 오티스 양반.
그리고 뒷골목에서 잘못 새벽을 지새우다간
Sweepers mentioned!
무섭다는 청소.
Even a partial mention, nice typo, of their name drains all color from Sinclair's face. I remember what the sinners once told me about them. That before the break of dawn, there are these things called sweepers that sweep up every trash in the back streets. It's kind of terrifying how broad the definition of trash can be. They call that hour the night in the back streets or something like that.
청소부들이 바글대는 뒷골목의 밤에서도 무사할 수 있는 건 이 버스가 도시에서 몇 안 되는 주거용 차량으로 인정되어 있기 때문입니다. 버스 외 숙박 행위를 시도했다가는 취침은커녕 1시간 동안 청소부들과 새벽에 사투를 벌이게 되겠죠.
하긴 청소부들은 뒷골목의 주거지까지 건드리진 않으니까.
느리고 확실한 차량 이동인가? 빠르고 위험한 도보 행군인가? 딜레마로군.
Yeah, I guess it would be to you, Odysseus!
아니, 후자의 경우는 고려할 대상이 아니지 않소.
The bus is once again consumed by commotion. And into that commotion barged in the creak of an opening door and a familiar sigh.
마음이 급한 건 알겠지만 어떻게 돌아가든 간에 일정에 전부 맞출 수 있게 가고 있으니 쓸데없이 중얼거리지 마라. 벌만 들만 보면 아주 나까지 들이받을 기세들이군.
새로운 서류. 상부에서 새로운 지침이 내려왔나 보죠?
Virgilius was holding what appeared to be a bundle of freshly printed paper. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Sometimes after communicating in his room with the higher-ups of the company, he'd bring out a few sheets of paper to bring us up to speed.
그래, 새로운 소식이다.
또 중간에 헛짓거리를 하러 가야 한다는 소리는 아니겠지? 뒤틀림 뒤처리짓도 2번은 사양하고 싶다고. 지금 원래 우리 목표는
애처럼 안달 좀 내지 말도록. 버스가 가는 경로에 변동은 없다.
Virgilius furrowed his brows, walked up to the front of the bus, and leaned against one of the first row chairs. He began leisurely shuffling through the documents.
단순한 공지사항이다. 너희들이 기록해온 환상체, 뒤틀림, 죄종에 대한 기록. 그걸 분류하는 방법에 대한 개편이 있을 예정이라는군.
Okay.
어? 그럼 그걸 우리 보고 전부 수정하라고?
아니요. 일단 작성된 도감들은 모두 전산화되어 상부와 공유되는 상태입니다. 물론 관찰 기록 자체를 수정해야 하는 상황이면 수정 명령이 있을 수는 있겠지만 분류법, 즉 일련 번호와 위험 등급에 대한 것은 자동 갱신될 테니 그저
한 명이라도
God, I
가더니
didn't realize she
마음이
wasn't done talking.
편하군.
Fucking God.
그 말대로다.
이전에 발견한 새로운 형태의 죄종 때문인 것으로 사료되는구려.
그것만 있는 것은 아니지.
Virgilius closed his eyes wearily and lightly folded the papers in his hands. He called out to the two sinners.
이상, 이스마엘.
He was pointing at Ishmael and Nisang.
네?
불렀는가?
둘이 아주 모범생이신 것 같으니 이 서류를 보고 알아서 설명해 주도록. 내가 너희 모두에게 이 내용을 설명하기에는 역부족한 기분이 들어서 말이야.
With that, Virgilius pretty much shoved the paper in Ishmael's hands before taking a seat in the front row of the bus.
그냥 떠넘기는 거 아닌가요?
Ishmael didn't seem too happy about this sudden turn of events. Still, she opened the documents and began reading.
신경을 써주는 건지 쌀쌀 맞은 건지. 아휴, 그래서 거기 뭐라고 써있어, 이스?
잠시만요. 그러니까
환상체에 대한 새로운 사실이라도 적혀 있나요?
발신처. LCD에서 보내온 문서이고.
우와! LCD 부서라면 관리자 나리가 무전을 했다는 부서 아니오?
Ezra, that's it. I still remember vividly her chaotic, bubbly voice coming through the radio.
구 엘사 시절부터 노잼.
The bus begins to fill with familiar, hectic buzz once again.
어디 나도 이스마엘 양?
She hasn't made that face in a while. She seems very happy. Isang chimed in to help with Ishmael's explanation of the documents, but
이런 식이니 매번 저만 가이드북을.
I can see veins starting to pop in Ishmael's fingers. At this rate, she's going to drop the documents in favor of her mace. Wait, Ishmael! I got this! Calm down! I hurried over to Ishmael and practically hung onto the documents in her hands. We nearly tore the bundle of documents in half, but she quickly gave up and loosened her grip. Yoshu? Otis? Please keep Don Quixote and Heathcliff quiet while I take care of this.
좋다. 재밌겠군.
Without killing them or beating them up, please.
너 참.
Ryoshu slowly lowered Don Quixote's lance she'd picked up. Alright then, if you have any questions while Ishmael reads from the document, raise your hands to be recognized. Isang, Faust, you guys don't need to raise your hands to speak. So please chime in if there are any details you can elaborate on.
좋습니다.
알겠어.
Rhodia, if anyone tries to speak out of turn, please smack them lightly in the head. Do good, I'll make sure to order you extra desserts during our team dinner.
휴, 일 시킬 줄 아네, 단테.
My god, I'm becoming a slightly better manager. Sorry, Dante's becoming a slightly better manager.
이건 놀라운 성장이군요, 관리자님.
자, 우선 한 대.
아니, 이건...
A few minutes later. After a quick emotion, I found the situation settled enough to return the documents to Ishmael's hands. Then I'll leave it to you.
그러니까 우리 LCB는 구 L사인 로보토미 코퍼레이션에서 감금 관리 중이던 환상체를 지부를 통해서 상대해 왔었죠. 환상체를 상대하면서 황금가지로 본래의 힘이 억제되었다 해도 설정된 위험 등급과 전투력에 편차가 있어 왔고요. 여기서 림버스 컴퍼니의 직원들과 상부에서도 기시감을 느껴왔고 LCD를 통해 이 부분을 조사했다고 하네요. 지금까지 분류된 위험 등급은 5개인데
5개? 4개 아니었냐? 아!
Bonk. Rhodia punched Heathcliff in the crown of his head, and he promptly slumped to the ground, out cold. Maybe it was the suddenness of the attack that did it? You didn't kill him, did you?
에이, 히스인데 이런 걸로 죽기나 하겠어?
Sinclair quietly raised his hand.
네, 말씀하세요.
Ishmael nodded at Sinclair.
히스클리프 씨 말처럼 지금까지 위험 등급은 자인, 테스, 해, 바브 이렇게 4개 아니었나요?
From break and ruin.
저희가 봐온 것은 그렇죠. 하지만 여기 기록을 보면 제일 높은 위험 등급인 알레프가 있다고 하네요.
Okay, so they go with the Aleph pronunciation. Okay, cool.
하지만 아까 말씀드렸듯이
Thank
이
God.
등급이 지금 저희가 겪는 전투와는 괴리가 있는지라. 앞으로는 림버스 컴퍼니의 방식으로 재조정을 할 계획이라는 것 같아요. 네, 메르서 씨.
재편성이라는 것은 기존 분류가 재분류된다는 것인가? 아니면 새로운 등급이 추가된다는 뜻인가?
그것까지는 안 적혀 있네요. 하지만 여길 보니까 로보토미 코퍼레이션에서는 환상체의 등급을 엔케팔린의 생산량에 비례해서 정했다고 되어 있네요. 관리가 까다롭고 복잡할수록 생성되는 엔케팔린의 양이 많았다는 건 그만큼 위험도가 높았다고 볼 수 있으니까 대체적으로 저희가 싸운 경험하고 비슷했나 본데요.
That descriptor alone doesn't necessarily explain mountainous smiling bodies to me.
그래도 조금씩 다른 부분이 있었으니까 그 부분을 저희 경험에만 맞추려는 것 같아요. 그러니까 새로운 등급이 추가될 수도 있겠네요.
우리는 관리가 아닌 전투만을 수행하니 구 L사의 등급과는 다를 수도 있겠구려.
Rhodia, wait! Your son can speak without raising his hand!
아, 맞다. 미안.
I managed to stop Rhodia just before her fist connected with his son's crown. It was almost as if she was moving based on pure instinct.
네, 그래서 전투력을 기반으로 위험 등급을 재편성한다는 것 같네요. 그래서 도감에 적힌 위험 등급이 바뀔 수 있다. 아, 세부적으로 정해지면 다시 알려준다고 하네요. 그리고 뒤틀림에 대한 건데.
This is Project Moon staring at us, holding our hands gently and saying, "This is not Lobotomy Corporation anymore, you pedantic nerd. And we're gonna add more classifications." Don Quixote raised her hand, but Ishmael continued to explain without coming to a stop. She probably just ignored her.
뒤틀림은 지금 환상체의 코드 형식을 돌려쓰고 있었는데 두 개체가 명백히 다른 점이 있는 게 확실해져서 다른 코드 형식을 갖게 될 것 같네요. 그 다른 점이라는 건
Honglu raised his hand and Ishmael nodded. Don Quixote appeared a bit crestfallen.
환상체는 제압하면 알 같은 것으로 돌아가는데 뒤틀림은 그렇지 않다는 것이죠?
맞습니다. 뒤틀림은 제거에 따른 완전한 제압이 가능하지만 환상체는 아직 이론상 완전한 사살이 불가능하죠.
네, 그렇다고 하네요. 뭐 다들 싸워봐서 이해는 잘 되겠네요. 저도 그렇고요. 이게 마지막이네요. 죄종에 관한 건데 이것도 최근에 확인된 새로운 죄종을 포함해서 기존의 환상체랑 분리해서 코드를 부여하려나 봐요. 분류 사유. 환상체와 뒤틀림은 고유성을 갖고 있으나 죄종은 그렇지 않다는 점에 착안하여. 응? 이게 무슨 소리지?
Faust walked up next to Ishmael and began to explain.
고유성이란 동시에 같은 존재가 한 곳에 있지 않다는 뜻입니다. 죄종은 똑같은 생김새와 성질을 한 여러 개체가 몰려 나왔다는 걸 떠올려 보면 이해가 쉬우시겠죠. 반대로 뒤틀림과 환상체는 그런 적이 없었죠. 설명이 되었을까요?
그러니까 죄종은 똑같은 놈들이라 써잡아서 불러도 되고
Oh no,
환상체랑 뒤틀림은 하나하나 특별한 놈이니 따로 불러야 한다는 거지? 뭘 어렵게...
Heathcliff seemed to have woken up from his coma, but
디저트 맛있겠네?
his moment of lucidity barely lasted a moment.
내용은 여기까지네요. 뭔가 상쾌한 기분이 드는걸요?
Don Quixote has not lowered her hand since Ishmael ignored her the first time. Not even for a brief moment.
알겠어요. 말씀하세요.
그 서류! 작성한 LCD 팀의 직원 이름! 혹시 나와 있는가?
Ishmael seemed a bit taken aback that Don Quixote actually managed to ask a rather sensible question. Even though it was asked with that very same enthusiasm she has when talking about fixers, that is.
네, 잠깐만요. 발신인 LCD 현장 추리팀장
Yeah, okay.
모제스. 뭐 LCD 부서도 언젠가 만날 일이 있을 테니 기억해두는 편이 좋겠죠.
Who could
괜히
have
무시해서
predicted this?
미안해요, 돈키호테 씨.
Although I do look forward to looking at probably the hottest MILF churned out by Project Moon. Sorry, not MILF, Cougar. So Don Quixote was finally given the answer she so passionately craved. She did not appear happy or excited about it. Instead, she seemed to be absorbed in deep thought. Not Nikolai or Iori or Meow? Meow is like at the bottom of that list, let's be real. Also, you could argue she's an honorary MILF. I don't know if Moses counts as that. Iori? She's got that quality to her, but I think I like Moses more. Also, Nikolai, hell no. He's good. He's not at the top. Nothing wrong, Don Quixote?
분명 어디서 들어본 이름인데 기억이 안 나서 말일세.
자, 이제 진짜
What did
끝이에요.
they mean by this? Millionaire? How old was she? What the fuck? I thought she was like in her 30s at most. Yeah, late 30s. She's not quite there. I think it's safe to classify it as 40s.
아쉽네. 디저트를 더 정립할 수 있을 줄 알았는데.
예상보다 전달 시간이 더 소모되었군요. 단테, 이제
Alright, it's about time. Alright then, I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. It's could have dragged on for much longer, but the sinners were thankfully pretty cooperative, so we managed to finish our day early. I followed the sinners to the back door. What happened to Heathcliff? To the bus, my heart a little lighter than it was at the start of the day. Huh. I feel like I'm forgetting. I feel like I'm forgetting something. It took me about 30 minutes to realize that we had left Heathcliff out cold on the floor. GG. Moira is only 28. She didn't strike me as the older type. Well, let's check on our shards. Oh my fucking god! I ain't getting shit, dog. Fucking pain. Well, anyway, that was Intervallo 3.5. Wait. Intervallo 3-2. Let's call it that. That was fun. I got to see Kim. That was cool. So now that leaves Kanto 6, Intervallo 4, which, if it follows this pattern, is 2 parts, so that's 3 days. 4 days that we're doing Kanto 6 in 2 parts. And then Kanto 7. And then another... Let's assume Kanto 7 is split into 2 days. Then another Intervallo, and then Kanto 8. We will be on Kanto 8 sometime next week, I think. Just in time to do the fucking collaboration. Fuck ass game. Anyway. Howard, as usual, you let me know what time works for you. And I will try to accommodate for that. So then, I think I'm done. Oh god, Scully's playing Warcraft. Playing WoW, Jesus. Here, I'm gonna raid Schwartz. Ashen. He's playing Silent Hill 4. Send my regards. And if you're new to this channel, please consider giving me a follow here at twitch.tv/WildWeston. You can also follow me on YouTube. I stream there as well, of course. I also have a Blue Sky Twitter. You can join my Discord by typing !Discord in the Twitch chat and clicking the invite link from there. Until then, please take care of yourselves, everyone. Have a pleasant evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are, whenever you are, and I'm gonna go eat fried chicken. Shout outs to Hell's Chicken. Bye, everyone.